Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? The opening of the KDIS Alumni Capacity Building Hybrid Workshop will start in 5 minutes. We cordially request the participants outside at the hallway to come inside and be seated. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yeonju Kim, an alumni of KDI School of 2020. I'm gladly honored to welcome you to the KDIS Alumni Capacity Building Hybrid Workshop Day 1 on Global Leaders' Path to Achieve SDGs. Let me express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your participation and engagement to today's event. Before we move on to the opening of the event, please note that this workshop is being live-streamed through the official YouTube channel of the KDI School, and there are currently many alumni connected with us from all around the globe. Also, to prevent the spread of COVID-19, for those who participated on site, Please keep your masks on for everyone's safety. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the important capacity building hybrid workshop, the opening and congratulatory remarks will be delivered. First, Dr. Jong-il Yu, the Dean of KDI School of Public Policy and Management, will open the workshop with his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dean Yu with a big round of applause.
Your Excellency, honorable alumni, and distinguished guests, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. I'm very happy to see you all. First, let me express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Arilanga Hartarto, the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, who received an honorary doctorate degree from KDI School in 2019, for sending a video clip of his congratulatory remarks for today's event, which I guess will follow my remarks. Also, I would like to thank Ms. Yam Kumari Katiwada, the Secretary of Ministry of Women, Children, and Senior Citizens, who will be joining us tomorrow for the closing remarks, and all our outstanding speakers and panelists for joining us, even at midnight or early in the morning in some places, to share their views and opinions on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Well, let me take this opportunity to thank the 54 alumni associations around the world for their hard work to strengthen the alumni network, despite many restrictions due to COVID-19. This year, unfortunately, we had to cancel or downsize many alumni events. At the same time, however, it was a time to take a glimpse at various possibilities of turning the crisis into an opportunity and explore new ways of doing things. One such example is the way in which our alumni from around the world have continued to actively network and discuss various topics via online platforms. As a result, the number of alumni associations has steadily increased, even in the midst of the pandemic, and new opportunities for collaboration and exchange have sprung up amongst our alumni network. Even as the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic evolves with the emergence of new variants, and we experiment with a new phase of living with the COVID-19, the ideas and the solidarity among KDI School alumni will stand tall and firm. As the Dean of KDI School, I am filled with pride and gratitude for our alumni who continue to serve their respective communities and countries in order to bring about positive changes in the world. Many of our distinguished alumni have gathered here today to reaffirm their commitment to working towards KDI School's goal of leading the way in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It's sad to note that the pandemic has been very destructive and wiped out years of progress towards SDGs. Despite the valiant efforts to contain the disease and its socio-economic damages, we are faced with so many issues and challenges today: rising poverty levels and inadequate social protection, climate change and its attendant disasters, increasing wealth and income polarization, declining global trade, and so on. Over the next 2 days, we'll be discussing the ways in which we can respond more effectively to these pressing issues. Out of the 17 SDGs, we'll pay special attention to the following 5 goals. SDG number 2, zero hunger. SDG number 5, gender equality. SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth. SDG number 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. And finally, perhaps at this occasion, most importantly, SDG number 17, partnerships for the goals. We'll be hearing from a range of researchers, practitioners, and policymakers, many of whom are KDI School alumni, working in diverse fields. I hope that the presentations and panel discussions serve to fuel active dialogue among us, not only over the next 2 days, but also into the long future as we grow to become more effective agents of change. Dear alumni, it never fails to impress me how eager you are to learn and fight to make a positive difference in the world. As ambassadors of KDI School and the respective countries and organizations you represent, we look to each of you to continue to work towards realizing KDI School's founding ideals, to contribute to the development of your communities and countries, and to the friendship and solidarity across all communities and countries. Once again, I'd like to thank all of you for committing your valuable time to attend this special event. I sincerely hope that this event will be meaningful and memorable, and lots of fun too. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your encouraging message, Dean Yu. Next, His Excellency Dr. Erlangga Hartarto, the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, as well as the first person who was awarded with a Doctor Honoris Causa degree in the field of development policy by KDI School in 2019, will deliver the congratulatory remarks online. Dr. Hartarto is in his second appointment in President Joko Widodo's cabinet, after serving in the Ministry of Industry during the president's first term. He is also trusted by the president as the chairperson of Committee for Handling COVID-19 and National Economic Recovery to oversee government's recovery programs for COVID-19 pandemic. Due to his schedule, he sent us a video of his warm congratulatory speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us watch his speech.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, selamat siang, annyeonghaseyo, good afternoon to you all. It is a great pleasure to deliver speech in this very important event, KDIS Alumni Capacity Building Hybrid Workshop today. Thank you to KDI School of Public Policy and Management for inviting me. On behalf of the Government of Indonesia, please allow me to convey a very warm welcome to all participants and heartfelt thanks to KDI School of Public Policy and Management. I noticed from the invitation that there are hundreds of alumni from Indonesia invited to this forum. I therefore thanks once again to KDI in assisting capacity development to our youth and our future leaders. The theme of today's workshop is very timely to the current global economic condition, undergoing significant changes to adapt with the global pandemic. In this case, I would like to briefly share Indonesia government views in promoting collaboration to achieve SDGs during challenging era of devastating global pandemic. Distinguished speakers and participants, we have less than 9 years to achieve the SDGs in the year 2030. The COVID-19 pandemic has made it more difficult for us to achieve the goals. In fact, the progress we have made has been reduced by the pandemic. Millions of people have lost their jobs, fallen back into poverty, and on the brink of starvation and malnutrition. In these tough times, business cannot continue as usual. Cooperation and solidarity must be strengthening, and innovation must be improved. No country can make progress until all countries make progress. Therefore, allow me to point out several points. First, we must bring the world to be immediately free from the pandemic, COVID-19. Vaccination is hope for the world to immediately escape this health crisis. Equal access to vaccine must be guaranteed, yet as of today, huge disparity of vaccine access between the emerging countries and developed countries. Vaccine as global public goods must not remain a slogan. Indonesia is pushing for equal access for vaccine for all, including those sharing through COVAX Gavi facilities. These include fulfilling multilateral vaccine funding needs, increase global vaccine production, strengthening global vaccine supply chain, and vaccine raw material procurement, as well as increasing vaccine diversification and production volume, including in the countries, developing countries, or a country with population more than 100 million people. Second, we must pay more attention and assistance to vulnerable groups affected by the economic slowdown. All levels of society are affected by the pandemic, especially the vulnerable groups. Therefore, social security and protection are an important part of our endeavor to bounce back from the pandemic. In Indonesia, we have set aside a budget of 28.5 billion for social aids. No fewer than 9.8 million units or micro businesses have received aids to keep the business afloat. Third, global economy must rebound together. Several countries have seen growth. However, growth would only bring benefit if it is occurred at the same time in all parts of the world. Global economy must begin to move together without compromising the health aspect. We must speed up economic recovery by prioritizing health and sustainable development. Moving forward, we must push for investment in resilient, just and green recovery, support from developed countries in developing countries to green economic transition must be strengthening. A more sustainable, inclusive, pro-poor development must become the foundation. Global partnership must be promoted. The no one left behind principle must be translated into a concrete actions. Let us build trust and solidarity to achieve our common goals. This spirit is upheld by Indonesia during Indonesia presidency of G20 that is start on the 1st December with the theme of Recover Together and Recover Stronger. This vision will prioritize the spirit of global collective leadership for recovery from the pandemic and for inclusive global growth. Distinguished speakers and participants, the struggle to revive the economy from the COVID-19 pandemic is still going, and collaboration among nations must be strengthened and improved. I therefore welcome and appreciate today's workshop for bringing and reminding us again the importance of achieving SDGs for global recovery amid the pandemic COVID-19. Finally, I would like to congratulate you on carrying out this workshop, and hopefully this event can contribute in formulating inclusive, just, resilient, and green global policy toward achieving the SDGs. And I wish that all of us have an enjoyable discussion and look forward for productive and fruitful result from this forum. Terima kasih, kamsahamnida, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the congratulatory speech from Minister Dr. Erlangga Hartarto. We thank him for his message from Indonesia. Please give another round of applause to our Dean and the Minister for their remarks. To prepare the stage, we will now have a coffee break for about 10 minutes, then we will begin the sessions. All the SDGs sessions will consist of the specialist presentation and a second presentation by our alumni on sharing the findings and the results of the Alumni Working Partner Project, which was conducted this year by our alumni. Then there will be panel discussions. We will begin session 1 at 2 p.m. Korean time after this short intermission. Online participants, please stay tuned. We will see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Session 1 will begin momentarily. We kindly ask all participants to enter the room and be seated. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce the first session on Sustainable Development Goal number 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth, by inviting our session chairperson, Professor Changgen Lee. Professor Lee is currently a professor at the KDI School and has received his PhD in economics from University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. His research interests are in industry and firm dynamics in U.S. economic history, industrialization, democratization, and industry dynamics in Korea. Let's welcome Professor Lee and the session's discussant, Dr. Yoon Jae-dong, on the floor with a big round of applause.
Great. Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Changgen Lee. I'll be moderator today. So this session is organized to discuss the ways to achieve sustainable development goals. So we have invited professionals and alumni who are experts in this field as our speakers and panelists. So for this session, we'll talk about Sustainable Development Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. So let me introduce the structure of the session. So it is 1 hour session, and there will be 2 presentations on SDG number 8 for 15 minutes each. And then we'll have 2 panel discussions for 10 minutes each. Each will comment on both presentations. And if we have some time, we'll receive some questions from the floor and online. So now it's time to introduce our guest. So as announced, we have 2 speakers. The first speaker is Dr. Jo Yoon-young. She is a senior economist at Social Protection and Jobs Global Practice at the World Bank. The second speaker is Ms. Nadia Hussain. She earned MDP in 2015. She's an assistant chief at the Ministry of Planning, Development, and Special Initiatives of Pakistan. And we have 2 panelists. The first panelist is just next to me, Dr. Dong Yoon-jae. She's a consultant in the Social Protection and Jobs team of the World Bank. And the second panelist is Mr. Asif Zahir Shaikh. He earned MDP in 2012, and he is a labor market specialist at the World Vision International. So now it's time to hear the first presentation by Dr. Jo Yoon-young. The topic is decent work and economic growth, priorities for the jobs agenda.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. As introduced, my name is Yoon Cho. I'm senior economist at the World Bank. I'm actually based in Manila office, so we are going to talk a lot about Philippines labor market. While working at the World Bank, I had the privilege and pleasure to interact with key policymakers, and several of them I learned that they are KDI School alum. So I'm very glad to speak at this event, and I'd like to encourage you to be all proud of your school and achievement and learning. And I'd like to also encourage you to keep up the good work. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen and dive into the presentation. I hope that you can all see the screen. So the COVID-19 pandemic is impacting every corner of our economies and our lives. And the million-dollar question is, what is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the jobs and workers? And how can we recover from the pandemic shock and achieve decent work and economic growth at the same time? So as mentioned, I'm based in the Manila office at the World Bank, and I'm going to go over the Philippines context and jobs analysis, because solid policies should come from evidence-based decision making. And these are some of the analysis we have conducted. Just to give you a brief context of the Philippine labor market, Philippines was one of the fastest growing countries in the East Asia and Pacific region before the pandemic. And it was not jobless growth. The economic growth has been bringing a lot of jobs, and the Philippines has been maintaining the unemployment rate quite low. Not only just the number of jobs, the quality of jobs has been improving in the Philippines. So how do you measure quality of jobs? How do you say that decent jobs are so and so? One of the measures is the share of workers who are working in wage employment. If you look at the Philippines between 2000 and 2019, over 2 decades, the share of wage employment increased from 51% to 61%. Other countries have experienced a similar pattern as well. Increases in wage employment is kind of a reflection of labor market progress. Not only wage employment, Philippines has also achieved a structural transformation. A lot of labor has been moving from agriculture to non-agricultural worker. So the question is, what is the COVID-19 impact on this trend in labor market? And what has the government done to mitigate the negative impacts of COVID-19? And what are the policy recommendations? And there are still many uncertainties, and no one knows for sure how and when the COVID-19 pandemic is going to be over, and what are the magic solutions for policies to really address the labor market challenges and achieve decent work. But I hope that this presentation about the Philippines can shed light on some of the tough questions. So what is the impact of COVID-19 on jobs and workers? The one-line answer is that it is complicated, because COVID-19 impact is affecting the labor market in multiple channels. It is health crisis. A lot of people are fearing about the infection, and there are a lot of uncertainties about variants and potential risks. And that has dampened the private consumption because of the weak consumer confidence, and it has brought deteriorating business confidence that affected the firm's performance. It is also a domestic shock because of a lot of lockdown measures. In the Philippines, it has been quite significant that the government has introduced a lot of significant and stringent lockdown measures from the beginning. Not only domestic shock, it is global shocks, and because the pandemic affects the entire world, not only domestic market, also global demand for goods and services and people have affected. So then, each economic actors, including households and individuals, firms and government, react to this shock, and that has brought in a lot of different impacts on jobs. Not only there are multiple channels, but also those channels and mechanisms change over time. So if you look at the timeline of the Philippines, like many other countries, in the beginning, when no one really knows about this virus and when pandemic hit the world, strict lockdown measures were introduced, and it was more stringent in the Philippines than any other countries. But over time, while gaining the knowledge about the virus, vaccine was developed and lockdown measures were relaxed, and the economic conditions have been recovered, but not fully to the pre-pandemic level. The Philippines context, Philippines has introduced very stringent lockdown measures from the beginning, and it has been maintained in such a way that, the economic shock in the Philippines was more significant than other neighboring countries. So if you look at the timeline, the phase one is really big uncertainty, severe lockdown measures, and government introduced huge social protection measures to really mitigate the negative impact. The labor market programs were introduced, but it was really focusing on social protection side, and global economy and uncertainties heavily impacted the Philippines labor market. The phase 2 is a rebounding period, relaxed community quarantines. There has been some gain in confidence because of vaccine development, and social protection is still important, but government started introducing more labor market specific interventions and targeted programs. And there has been cautious economic rebounding and optimism with the vaccines deployment. But phase 3 is really this year. From earlier this year, there have been surges here and there. There have been variants, and the government introduced lockdown measures here and there, but people are fatigued about the lockdown measures. There has been some low compliance. So economic indicators have been ups and downs. So in summary, the COVID-19 impact on the labor market is complicated. It changes over time. And if you look at the one graph that you want to take away is this graph. It has the pandemic has shaken the Philippine labor market over time. The dotted line shows the trends of what the market could have had in terms of number of jobs without the pandemic. But because of the pandemic, the solid line shows the actual number of jobs. During the initial lockdown period, almost 20% of jobs lost. And many jobs have been returning to the market because of the rebounding, but still it is falling short of what it could have had in the market without the pandemic. Firms have made downward adjustment in the labor market, and they have been adjusting operational status. So we have conducted survey from April 22 to over a year, and gradually firm is operating, but not at full capacity. Their coping mechanisms include, of course, workers' layoff that leads to the unemployment, decrease in working hours because they are below at full capacity. That means workers are experiencing underemployment. And they also allow workers to work from home. So the changes in working arrangement happen. And then they also took the measure of reducing workers' salaries and benefits. That led to household income decrease. The silver lining of this firm's action is that a lot of firms started to adopt technologies. And that means that in the labor market, there has been increase in the demand for skilled workers, especially digital skills. The impact was not even across all the sectors and firms. If you look at some of the sectors, tourism and accommodation with border closure, international tourists are not coming into the Philippines. So these are the sector that was very hit hard. Arts and entertainment and recreation, that was not deemed as an essential sector. So these are the sectors that were hit hard. What are all these impacts affecting the workers' behavior? In terms of the labor force participation, the left-hand graph shows that compared to the pre-pandemic, a lot of women are coming into the labor market to look for additional work. So the red line shows that women's labor force participation when 2019 January is 1. So almost 15% of increases in labor force participation. That means that households are really sending their secondary earners, usually women, in search for additional income. At the same time, unemployment rate has increased post-pandemic. Compared to the pre-pandemic level, it is staying at a higher level. And underemployment has been widely fluctuating depending on government lockdown measures. Not only number of jobs and unemployment, what we need to pay attention to is the quality of jobs. The yellow bar shows the initial decrease of each jobs of each employment type during the initial period. The green bar shows the returning of jobs in the rebounding period, and the blue bar shows the phase 3, still kind of uncertain period, and the triangle shows the total net outcome. But what it shows is that wage and salaried workers have gone down, while self-employed subsistence businesses have increased, unpaid family workers increased. Likewise, if you look at the occupation type, managers, professionals, all these skilled workers lost their jobs. while a lot of people are finding elementary occupation jobs. I can see from the street that a lot of delivery workers and Grab drivers, delivery, food panda deliveries, and etc. So this means that good jobs were destroyed and they are not coming back. And another salient feature of the Philippine labor market is that a lot of workers are seeking overseas jobs through international migration, but number of out-migrants declined by 75%. So almost 2 million out-migrants left the country in 2019 before the pandemic, but in 2020, it was only 500,000. Not only not many people are going abroad, but also Filipino workers abroad came back to the country because of repatriation. And that means that there is going to be additional pressure in the labor market. The International Organization of Migration has conducted some survey among the returned migrants, and even after 3 months since they returned to the country, they were still unemployed. The majority of them were still unemployed. Indicating that a lot of these workers cannot be reintegrated in the domestic market, but cannot find a way to go abroad at this point. And all the farms have reacted differently, and all the sectors have been exposed to a different degree to the pandemic. A lot of labor market impacts varies widely by workers. We have carried out analysis by gender, by age group, and location. But I just wanted to highlight one specific group, the youth. Youth group, the young workers, bore the brunt of the shock. And they are far less likely to work in a flexible jobs that enable them to work from home. And they have been struggling in school to work transition. So they are the majority of those who are unemployed. So some targeted intervention for youth group is going to be very important. Otherwise, this group will experience a very long-term scarring. The previous crises have shown that the young workers who are entering the labor market during the crisis time experience very much long-term effects, not only the labor market outcomes, including earnings, but also their marriage, family formation, and fertility decisions as well. Government introduced a lot of measures from supply side and demand side, and they have adjusted the labor regulations. But given the huge magnitude of the shock and prolonged pandemic, it felt short of the challenges. Initially, it really focused on social protection. Later, it was moved to more labor market specific intervention. But there is room for further strengthening. Now, good jobs are needed more than ever, and immediate needs is, of course, managing the pandemic situation and virus situation, vaccination, and all these measures for all those measures that are important to go back to kind of normalcy. But what should be the policy priorities beyond COVID-19 recovery? In jobs to achieve decent work and economic growth at the same time. So government has to really foster private sector to create jobs and build productive workers and entrepreneurs. So we are presenting this short-term and medium-term and long-term policy agenda. I think it is relevant not only for the Philippines, but also for other countries as well. In the short term, given the uncertainty around the COVID-19, recovery is very important. Boosting business confidence is very important for the private sector to create jobs and good jobs. And activating the workers, especially focusing on youth and focusing on labor market entrants, so that the government policies can help reduce the scarring effect. In the medium term, more structural challenges have to be addressed, and transformational issues. Earlier presenter mentioned the green jobs. Green and resilient development agenda is going to be very important. Green jobs and skills, digital jobs and skills are going to be very important. And given all these global value chain disruptions involving the US and China and big players, finding the niche market is going to be very important. and strategic international migration is going to be quite important. So, thinking out of box is going to be very important to identify new sources of good jobs and growth. For worker side, given all this online gig work and fluid labor market, a lot of people are deviating from traditional employer-employee relationship. In this context, having the right labor regulations and worker protection measures in the context of fluid labor market is going to be very important. And I just like to again highlight the importance of skills development especially for young workers. Finally, in terms of long term, when you talk about jobs, you don't really talk about the future labor force. But in the Philippines context, during the entire time of pandemic, the school was closed and it has relied completely on distance learning. And there have been a lot of learning poverty and losses. Recovering this learning poverty and losses are going to be absolutely important for long-term competitiveness of the country and jobs market. So these are some of the lessons learned from the Philippines analysis, and happy to discuss further in the following sessions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Jo, for sharing the insightful analysis of the labor market after COVID. Now we move on to the second presentation by Ms. Nadia Hussain, our alumnus. The topic is policy recommendations for the sustainability of microcredit to microenterprises in Indonesia and Pakistan.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Let me share my screen. I'm glad to have this opportunity to share the outcome of our KDI Alumni research project on policy recommendations for sustainability of microcredit to microenterprises in Indonesia and Pakistan. Actually, this idea came into mind after observing the economic downturn due to the COVID all over the world. And we wonder that how the vulnerable and disadvantaged segments have been surviving in this tough situation. Last year, Planning Commission of Pakistan presented two scenarios regarding household consumption and its impact on poverty. And we observed that there is decline in household consumption by 3.2% in 2019-20. And same was the case, almost similar case in Indonesia. However, the impact so far on the poverty has not been evaluated so far. Then the question arises that what role governments, microfinancing NGOs, and non-bankable financial institutions can play. Although a number of interventions already under implementation in both governments relating to social protection and empowerment programs, the policies regarding social assistance in Indonesia, there are two types of policies are underway in Indonesia: social aid and empowerment. The social aid is obviously for the poor people who are living under poverty line and they do not have access to banking products. And empowerment policy is related to the loans to empower their businesses in the way of revolving fund, commercial credits, and credit programs. So MSMEs is one of the largest contributor in the GDP in Indonesia. Like 99.9% businesses belong to the MSMEs, and there is such a large share of 63.5 million are micro SMEs. Although they have very large share in MSMEs, but they face a very challenging environment to flourish. And one of the most important challenge is lack of financial access. To cater for their need, the government of Indonesia introduced UMI financing program, which is only entirely designed for the micro businesses and ultra poor, and who are ultra poor who are living under poverty line. And the salient feature, or the most important feature of UMI financing is it does not require any collateral like other banking products require, because it is only for the ultra poors who do not have access to banking products. And applicant reapply for the loans if they perform well in repaying back the loans. UMI financings have other products relating to training and education, etc. So, in very briefly, UMI financing is only for the ultra poors, ultra micro businesses who cannot access banking products. It is distributed in two ways: direct to the debtors and indirectly to the linkage agents, through the linking agents. And the recipients of ultra microfinancing are entirely Indonesians, identified through their identity number, and it is managed by the agency of Ministry of Finance of Government of Indonesia through their experts distributor already working in those regions and districts. The purpose of UMI financing is to provide easy financing to ultra micro businesses and to strengthen them, to make them empowered to get access to the banking products. When we evaluate the impact of UMI financing, we observe that 94% beneficiaries of the UMI financing are women and 6% are male. Through government surveys and audits, it is observed that it has increased the economic value of beneficiaries, and it has become successful poverty reduction program. So far, 5 million people are beneficiaries of this financing, and $1.2 billion has been distributed to them. Major business sectors to which loans are being provided are retail services, and processing industry, agriculture, etc. While comparing the MSMEs with Pakistan, we see there is only 7.5 million micro borrowers in MSMEs. And the challenges faced by the MSMEs in Pakistan are more or less similar to that of Indonesia, because they also do not have any access to banking products. And if we talk about the existing policies of social assistance in Pakistan, it entails social safety nets, which is only for the poor living under poverty line, and it entirely depends upon the cash transfers. Then there is livelihood and job creations to empower them to strengthen their businesses and promote entrepreneurship. Then there is entrepreneurship. It includes the mega projects and mega financing loans. Apart from the government programs, there is a well-established Pakistan microfinancing network, which is also working to enhance small businesses, entrepreneurs, and maintain livelihood of poor. In pandemic, as every country has faced so much challenges, so the government of Pakistan has launched a SAS program in 2019, which is focusing entirely on to support livelihood of poor and to empower the micro businesses. It includes a number of initiatives. The most relevant to our research projects are interest-free loan program, Asas Amdan, and youth entrepreneurship program. However, we cannot evaluate the impact of these programs because they have launched just recently, like in 1 year or 1.5 years ago. So that we decided to compare UMI financing with the Akhuvat program. Not the Akhuvat program. Akhuvat is a CSO NGO, and it is a Raman Magsaysay Nobel Prize winner in 2021. This is NGO which is providing entirely interest-free microfinancing to support family businesses, and it requires only the family programs and like group funding. It provides funding only to the family programs. It is based upon Islamic philosophy of brotherhood, and the purpose of ukhuwat is to alleviate poverty and to empower poor people to own and strengthen their own businesses. Its operations are being executed in across Pakistan with 790 branches, and the type of products and loans is family loans, educational loans, marriage and health loans. That's what I was talking previously, that this loan is given jointly to two group members of family to share the responsibility, like to husband and wife and mother and son, father and daughter, to share responsibility. Their loan is majority of their loan is being given to the males, like 60% and 40% females. When we see the impact of ukhuwat, we see that it has increased the employability of their beneficiaries, and it improved their living standard, and it also reduced the poverty. During the last decade, ukhuwat operations and ukhuwat initiatives has been increased so rapidly and drastically. The major business sectors of ukhuwat NGO is agriculture, garments, livestock, etc. And the most astonishing feature of ukhuwat is their recovery is 100%. While comparing the both programs like UMI and ukhuwat, we observed that UMI is interest-based loan, which is being given on 21.5%. However, ukhuwat is interest-free loan. However, both programs has significantly improved the livelihood and improved the livelihood as well as the businesses. But the share of or the loan amount of both programs is varied. The amount of loan given by the ukhuwat NGOs is maximum is 50,000 rupees, but in case of UMI financing, it is $1,400. So ukhuwat targets really very ultra poor people, but in UMI financings, you can take loan for more than ultra poor or more than ultra micro businesses. While concluding our research project, we recommend that both programs need to incorporate the decent work agenda. They need to incorporate the medical insurance and other decent work agendas into their programs. They need to develop an integrated microfinancing system. Like Pakistan has just recently developed a national socio-economic registry. Government of Indonesia need to spread its operation more than to out of Jakarta, not limited to Jakarta, and make it cashless. Government of Pakistan need to join hand with ukhuwat for an impactful contribution by Asas program. Both governments need to enhance financial inclusion among poor and lower quintiles, and both governments need to study the model of ukhuwat in detail, like how they are operating in interest-free model. In interest-free Qarze Hasna, they are distributing loans to 10% in three forms, like 10% may get zakat, the next 20% may get Qarze Hasna, and next 40% may get Sharia compliant products. So community involvement and participation is must be ensured while implementing microfinancing programs. So thank you so much. These are the recommendations from this research project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hussain. I think I learned a lot about microcredit and ukhuwat. And now we have discussions on two presentations. So we'll hear first from Dr. Dong Yun-jae on both presentations. Dr. Dong.
Thank you very much for the great presentations. Can I have my slide here? I'm very honored to discuss this important topic on this decent work and economic growth. It was great to hear about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemics in the Philippines and also learn about the microfinance projects being implemented in Indonesia and Pakistan. So as Dr. Cho mentioned, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on global employment loss has been very strong across the world. According to the ILO, the global employment loss amounts to 144 million in 2020 compared to the non-pandemic scenario. And as Dr. Cho mentioned, informal workers and SMEs were disproportionately affected. And also many workers in these vulnerable groups are women and young people. So this strong labor market impact calls for social protection measures, including microfinance projects mentioned by Dr. Hussein. So to briefly discuss the theory of change behind microfinance, by increasing the access to credit, we first expect new establishment of new businesses, which will lead to other household measures, including increase in household income and human capital outcomes, including improved health, education, and women's empowerment. However, to briefly go over the literature behind microfinance, the literature shows that the access to credit increases business ownership. At the same time, there's limited impact on household income or consumption and human development measures, including health, education, and women's empowerment. And I think it would be great to understand the main barriers for the borrowers in translating these microcredits into better household outcome measures. At the same time, literature also shows that small tweaks to loan features can make a big difference. For example, in India, adjusting repayment schedules allowed poor businesswomen to start more businesses and increase household income. So against this background and also considering our current COVID-19 situation, I would like to highlight or discuss 2 points. First, as Dr. Cho mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic women were hit harder from the pandemic than men. According to ILO, there will be 13 million fewer women in employment in 2021 compared to 2019, while men's employment will have recovered to 2019 levels. This is mainly because of the overrepresentation of women in the hardest hit sectors, including the manufacturing and service sectors. Also, even after the pandemic, another threat for female labor force participation especially in South Asia, where all the presenters talked about, is that increasing automation can lead to the disappearance of many factory jobs taken up by women in these countries. I think Dr. Cho also have written on this area in the garment sector and in the Bangladesh. And in this context, I was wondering what role can the government play in keeping these women in the labor market? Would it be a viable policy option to provide trainings and microcredits to help them become women entrepreneurs? I think it would be especially relevant in countries like Pakistan, where females are reluctant to work far from their hometown due to cultural stereotypes. Another point I wanted to highlight was on the long-term scarring effect of COVID-19 mentioned by Dr. Cho. As Dr. Cho mentioned, school-to-work transition is very hard due to limited access to decent employment opportunities, especially for the youth. And another concern raised by FAO was that younger cohorts, those between 15 and 17, can be more vulnerable if they're exposed to dangerous work as a negative coping mechanism. I think Dr. Cho already mentioned about what we can do. One thing, as Dr. Cho mentioned, would be providing skills development programs for this group. Besides, what other types of social protection measures can be provided for this group? Another point that is related to this point is that Some studies find that microcredit, by establishing new business, which requires extra labors, can lead to child labor for poor households. So in order to mitigate this negative unintended consequences of microcredit, what policy options can be provided? This is the end of my discussion. Thank you.
All right, great discussion. And we have the second discussion by Mr. Asif Zahir Shaikh.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. As a proud alumni of KDI, I'm thankful to KDI School for arrangement of this informative workshop. I would like to highlight certain one point regarding Philippines. The most working hours has been due to pandemic. Regional average was around 8.4%, whereas Philippines at 13.6%. So I would like to ask one or two questions also from Dr. Chu regarding this. Before that, I would discuss regarding decent work, especially in perspectives of Pakistan. You see, decent work and decent and productive work fairly, it is remunerated in safe conditions, and it is central to reducing poverty and a means of achieving equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development. Employees should not only be productive and well paid, but get the wage in conditions of freedom, equality, security, with human dignity. When assessing whether wages are decent, we must consider whether they can adequately cover the living expenses of workers and their families. If we look at Pakistan, last federal budget raised the minimum wage from 17,500 to 20,000 per month. Although this move was laudable, but unfortunately the amount remains below the living wage as calculation of International Labour Organization, especially in present scenario for skyrocketing inflation. Now, ILO calculates living wage at about 25,000 to 22,000 for Pakistan, and unfortunately we are still far behind that threshold. So another issue is child labor here. More than 12.5 million children are involved in child labor in Pakistan. And while if we look around the world, I think millions of children risk being pushed into child labor as a result of COVID crisis. Because in times of crisis, child labor becomes a coping mechanism for many families. As poverty rises, schools close, and the availability of social services decreases, more children are pushed into the workforce. And in order to counter this trait, I think more comprehensive social protection, easier access to credit for poor households, the promotion of decent work for adults, measures to get children back into school, including the elimination of school fees, and more resources for labor inspection and law enforcement are essential. Now, in Pakistan, ILO is providing technical assistance and developing a district model approach to build the capacity and provide tools to the district government to address the issue of child labor at local level. Now, another issue is social protection. Employers systematically underinvest in social security for their workers, and there's a little to no understanding of benefits and claims systems within the employees' old age benefit institutes. While this is the especially true for the rural workers, because a major population of Pakistan is living in rural area, but in fact the formal sector is also a major culprit. For example, within the manufacturing sector, an average of 60% of workers are employed on casual contract. So as long as workers remain on casual contracts, the employer is not required to provide them any health benefit or education benefit or any retirement benefit. So, and during this pandemic, we have likely seen a sharp rise in the incidence of such contracts. Now, if we think that there's another issue is on-job safety, provisioning with women and children in agriculture and informal sector, being particularly vulnerable to unsafe working conditions. In this regard, World Vision and ILO has supported both the core constituents of Pakistan, Employers Federation of Pakistan and Pakistan Workers Federation, in order to promote health and safety at the workplace. International Labour Organization helped to raise the profile and visibility of the trade unions in various sectors where trade union activity was actually unknown. As my fellow Ms. Nadia said, the complementary financial or non-financial services of microfinance can really help in enhancing the formalization status of these organizations, because in Pakistan, most of the businesses are unregistered. So formalization status will be enhanced, and it will reduce the microfinance will reduce the vulnerability of the clients, and it will reduce the use of child labor. It will also lowering the risk of working in hazardous occupations and improving the business. Now, the startup loans can also increase the self-employment, because like microfinance provides the loans and it will increase the entrepreneurship, and the businesses expansion for female, especially female clients, will improve the women empowerment and decent work. And I think SDG 8.3 highlights encourage formalization and growth of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, including access to the financial services. With this, I would end with my discussion, and I will ask two questions from Dr. Cho regarding the present scenario of Philippines. If you can hear me.
Great. Thank you for the discussion. I think we have about 14 minutes for Q&As. So I think the speakers can respond to the questions from panelists, and if time allows, we'll collect more questions from the floor and from online, and ask the presenters for the answers. So I think Dr. Cho can respond first.
Thank you so much for excellent questions. Given the time limits, I may not be able to go into each question in depth, but I wanted to make a kind of 4 quick points. Across the world, as Dr. Dong mentioned, the women are hit by the pandemic even more than male workers, and some of them are related to household responsibilities and childcare. Especially in the context of the Philippines, it was really significant because schools were closed during the entire time. So I would argue that for women's labor force participation and productive labor market engagement, I think there is a need for developing childcare as a market. A lot of women, including some of you who are connected here, leave the childcare for informal arrangements, parents, relatives, or some informal helpers. But if it is formally developed, like in the case of Korea, as a childcare market, it's early childhood development and education, and specialists are taking care of the children with early stimulation and childcare, not only for informal care. That could be a really important source of women's work. At the same time, it can also help women participate in the labor market even further. So there is a huge private sector role here, and the government can incentivize such stepping up of private sector. Second, the child labor. You're right that a lot of child labor is already an issue, but it increased a lot during the pandemic. I'm working on Pantawid Pamilyang Filipino program. It's a Philippine government's flagship safety net program is health and education conditional cash transfer. We are monitoring poor families, children's school attendance during the pandemic. We see that for the secondary level, like children between age 15 to 18, the older kids, the dropout rates for school is greater for male boys than girls, in part because they are in need of extra income. So child labor, especially those who are transitioning from school to work, is very significant. And continuing to use some of the conditional cash transfer, incentivizing households to send their kids to school is going to be very important. In the case of Pakistan, Benazir Income Support Program, now under ESAS, it is unconditional cash transfer program. But it is federal program, and each province is introducing some sort of conditional cash transfer to incentivize health and nutrition investment. I think it's going to be even more important in the context of the COVID pandemic. Third one is labor regulation. Mr. Asif mentioned the contractual arrangement, the informal sector, and minimum wages, and these are all very important labor regulations for decent work and improving the wages and salaries of workers. But at the same time, in the Philippines case, we saw that the professionals and managerial work, good jobs that are more costly to employers, were shed during the COVID pandemic, and they didn't come back because farms are not ready to invest in high-pay, expensive, productive workers. So in this context, forcing farms to for minimum wage or other labor regulations that can potentially dampen their incentive to create jobs, is it the best timing? I think there is a trade-off between the incentive for farms to create more jobs versus good jobs and improving the decent work environment. There is a certain trade-off in the country, so comparing these trade-offs is going to be very important, and balancing is going to be very important. Finally, the fourth microcredit, I think it promises a lot for really vulnerable sectors in terms of getting access to finance and starting business and entrepreneur workers. And I'm very glad to hear about Akwat's example. And when I visited Pakistan, the return rate of 100% was really impressive. One thing I wasn't too sure when we were interacting with Akwat policymakers was the monitoring and evaluation mechanism. Like I asked what kind of businesses are more promising so that you can encourage more on those sectors and activities, and what kind of people are really willing and immediately paying, or some are more delayed. So having solid monitoring and evaluation and learning from that good example is going to be even more important going forward. I hope that I answered most of the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cho. Ms. Hussain, do you have something to add? Ms. Hussain?
Yeah. I got it. Yes. I just want to comment on the child care services. It's not an issue in the developing countries. Rather, I personally experienced the child care service in Korea. I left my PhD program from the Eva Women's University because they did not allow me to keep my baby in the child care center of Eva University. So it's a global issue. And secondly, now currently the ESAS program is adopting the model of Huwat for their other initiatives such as BISP. Benazir Income Support Program is also working under ESAS program, and we are planning to launch some more initiatives for better working environment, and also collaborating with ILO for the medical insurance, safe working environment, like to incorporate a decent work agenda in these initiatives. So we are on it.
Great. We still have 7 minutes, and it seems like we have a question through Zoom, and the audience wants to ask a question himself or herself. Can we connect him or her? Okay, you can ask a question to the panelists or to the presenters.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, hello?
Yeah,
Can
you can
hear
ask
me?
question.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the time. Yeah, the global COVID-19 pandemic has a change in the public of our life in the past years in all the world. And there was a decline in various sectors, including the economic sector. My question, there are a government strategy or policy to restore the national economic sector, especially in Philippines or Indonesia or Pakistan. And the second, with the panelist opinion, what skill need to be fostered to encourage economic growth? Thank you.
All right, we have one more question, so let us collect another question as well, and then ask maybe Dr. Cho to answer the question. Okay, now you're online. You can speak. Mr. Pereira?
Yes, thank you very much. The nice presentation. Actually, I appreciate the World Bank representative is joined this meeting. Then my question is due to COVID pandemic, many students in developing countries like Sri Lanka, actually there is no access, the internet accessibility is very low. Due to the COVID pandemic, we lost our students lost many opportunities for education, then access to nutritious food, then the socialization with the other religious organization and the other society, they lost these opportunities. The impact of this situation is not in today. This is for future. What steps the world organization like World Bank, the other organization, UN organization has taken for resolve this problem. This is my problem.
Okay, both questions are about COVID pandemic. So I think Dr. Cho can give a response to the two questions.
Yes, in the case of the Philippines, there is institutionalized national economic recovery strategy. So the government, even within the government, there are multiple agencies, Department of Labor and Employment, Technical Skills and Development Authority, there are multiple agencies that are supporting workers and firms. They got together along with the business sector, the business, different sector associations, along with the trade unions, different workers associations. This tripartite organization institutionalized the law for national economic recovery. So in the short term, what government has to do and how it can foster the recovery in the labor market. So it is very important strategy. But it is short term. In the Philippines, we are facing the upcoming election. So until the current administration spends, the policy is spending. But the jobs challenge is going to be going on, and there are needs for kind of long-term policy formulation During the presentation, I mentioned the short-term recovery and activation of workers, but in terms of medium-term and long-term, really human capital and identifying and exploring new sources of jobs and growth is going to be very important. Going for the second question is really excellent. When we are talking about jobs, we tend to focus on current workforce and sometimes wage workers under labor regulations, but we have a huge challenge of future workforce because of the learning crisis during the pandemic. The digital divide was even amplified during the pandemic. Those who have access online schooling, including my kids here, we are working from home and schooling from home. It's not perfect. We are missing out a lot, but still they were able to learn a little bit. But other majority of children who are in remote areas who do not have gadgets and computers or laptops or phones or anything, or who do not have internet access, they rely completely on self-learning on the paper base, and majority of the time it has to be the moms who have to help them, and it is also affecting women's labor force participation rate. So, in terms of government actions, of course, improving the digital infrastructure and reducing digital divide is absolutely important. That's kind of infrastructure side. But in terms of the human capital side, bringing children back to school and safe reopening of schools are going to be #1 priority. Second priority is really to do the remedial teaching so that the lost learning can be recovered. And going forward, using this pandemic as an opportunity for innovation, there should be a lot more investment in innovative teaching and pedagogy and teachers and learning going forward. Let me stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Cho, for the response. So everything was great in this session, presentation, discussion, and finishing everything right on time. So this is the end of session 1. Thank you, all the participants.
Please give a warm applause to our session chairperson, Professor Lee, discussants, speakers, and panelists. We will now continue with the second session, Sustainable Development Goal number 2, Zero Hunger. Before we start, please give us about 5 minutes to prepare the stage. For this session, I would like to introduce to the floor our session chairperson, Professor Tabakis. Professor Tabakis is currently teaching international trade at KDI School and is a PhD program chair at the school. He received his PhD in economics from Columbia University, and he worked as a short-term consultant at the World Bank. We are honored to invite him to the stage. Please welcome him and the session discussant, Dr. Jeffrey Kalimag, with a big round of applause.
So thank you everybody for being here. So this is the second session on zero hunger, a very, very important goal. So have professionals and alumni who are experts in this field and who will be our speakers and also panelists. So it will be a 1-hour session. We'll have 2 presentations, 3 speakers, and 2 panel discussions. And if there is some time, we're going to have some Q&A from the floor and also from the online channels like Zoom and YouTube. So let me briefly introduce the speakers. We'll have first speaker number 1, Dr. Lim, who is a country director and representative of the UN World Food Programme in Guinea. And we have, for the second presentation, two speakers, Mr. Kansiri, who is a 2001 MPP student from Thailand. He's a senior plan and policy analyst at the Ministry of Industry of Thailand. And also, speaker number two of the second presentation will be Mr. Nazaruddin, a 2011 MPP student from Indonesia. He's a policy analyst in the Center for Halal Industry Empowerment at the Indonesian Ministry of Industry. And then we have two panelists. First, Dr. Kalimag, on my left. He's a 2002 MPP student from the Philippines. He's an assistant professor in the School of Global Studies at Kyongsang University in Korea. And the second panelist is Dr. Zhuan Li from China, 2001 MPP student, senior policy officer at Food and Agriculture Organization, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific region. So have an excellent set of speakers and panelists. So let us start first with Dr. Lim. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. And I'm very privileged and honored to speak in front of you. So let me share my presentation without further ado. Can you see the screen?
Thank you.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can, yes.
Okay, so I'll quickly go through. So, pain of hunger. Gandhi once said, a piece of bread is the face of God. If you'll be very delighted if you meet your Jesus, Allah, or Buddha. And, to a hungry man, a piece of bread is the face of God. So, you can imagine what is the pain of hunger. And human history is really about fight against hunger. The human race first appeared about 3 million years ago, and Homo sapiens appeared 200,000 years ago in Africa. And we moved in order to seek the food. And, there are a lot of history. There are a lot of, the important event of history related to hunger. French Revolution, Irish famine in China, also, so there's been lots of things. In Korea also there was two major famine, Gyeongsin famine in 1670, Ulbyong famine. More than 20% of population died. Mother is child, and there was a total disaster. So even this world at the moment, there is a disaster hunger continues. For the past 50 years, killing more than 1 million people by hunger was, many times. In 1999, 27 million died, and also 50 million died in 20s and 50s and 60s. Even 21st century, 600,000 people died just because of hunger. And famine still exists at this time. So let's talk about global food security. Out of 7 billion world population, 2 billion are malnourished, 890 million people are hungry, and 270 million people are in acute hunger, on the brink of starvation. This is what the world is facing in the world of plenty. Now, why hunger happens? There are conflict, there are climate change, there are widening gap between rich and poor, a lot of structural issues. And this is a hunger map. It's a real time, and in 890 million at this moment. So this is happening. And the hunger trend is going down from 90s until we hit the bottom in 14. And then number of hungry is on the rise again. So this is a very, very, unfortunate. And so, like Martin Luther King said, it feels urgency of now. People are suffering even at this moment. And hunger doesn't stop there. There is a saying that hungry world is a dangerous world. There is a close linkage between hunger and peace. And French Revolution happened because of hunger, Haiti, spring of Middle East. And in 2007 to 2009, more than 60 violent riots happened because of sharp increase of food price. So, and hunger also became weapon of conflict and war and terrorism. If you are hungry, you have no job, you can't survive, then, you know, you'll be easily, you know, seduced, attracted to this kind of, you know. So the UN Security Council had a resolution 2014-17 that, you know, without peace there is no zero hunger, and without zero hunger there is no peace. That's the, you know, humanitarian development peace nexus. So, and with the corona pandemic now becomes hunger pandemic. Because of hunger pandemic, you know, 135 million people in severe hunger doubled just in 1 year in 2020. You know, so the situation is aggravating. And 30 million people in 14 countries are on the brink of famine. So we call hunger silent tsunami. Tsunami, as you imagine, it's a huge disaster, but it's why we call silent, because people don't know, maybe not interested, but it's still happening. That's why we call silent tsunami. And SDG, you know, we have the 17 goals, and zero hunger is one of the top priority, because without ending hunger, you can't do other things. When you are hungry, how can you do education, you know, gender equality, you know, health? So it's ending hunger is really stepping stone for other development activities. And zero hunger, you know, simply put, is no one is hungry. You know, if one person is hungry, it's a responsibility of everybody. So, and we were very honored last year that we received Nobel Peace Prize, because Nobel Peace Committee was saying that food is the best vaccine against this chaos. So, and Ban Ki-moon personally called me last year when we received Nobel Peace Prize and gave us congratulatory letters. So let's talk about a little bit of, you know, World Food Program. It's a, you know, world's largest humanitarian organization. We support 140 million in 2020. And we are, you know, in 92 countries with 20,000 staff. And even at this moment, WFP is running 100 airplanes, 30 ships, and 5,600 trucks to help the most hungry and most vulnerable around the world. So what we do is just saving lives. You know, in Talmud it says, saving one person means it's like saving the world. So, you know, there are a lot of disasters, you know, man-made disaster, natural disaster, it happens all the time. So we have a policy, within 72 hours, we get there. And, you know, so help the people to save their lives, you know. So this is one airplane, you know, UNHAS is a UN airplane run by WFP. This is airplane we are running in Guinea office. I just want to show you. We, you know, sometimes emergency, we work in the, you know, container room, container accommodation, and with, you know, this car, we are going where the people needs the food, and, you know, help the most vulnerable, children and women. And another work is changing lives. You know, we can't just keep giving the food all the time. At the end of the day, people have to stand on their own feet. So that's why we are trying. And so we are intervening the most important stage of life, the first 1,000 days. You know, you may have heard about hidden hunger. You know, this first 1,000 days is the most important period for human being, because your brain grows. Look at the brain scan of 3 years old child. Left is the normal child, and right side is a malnourished child. You can see the difference in size. And also brain activity, right side is much more active when you are more healthy with good nutrition. This is a famous picture in internet. You know, there's a, you know, some Korean people are, you know, homogeneous, but, you know, because of the difference in economic status and nutrition, now you can see the South Korean soldier, American soldiers has similar height, but North Korean soldiers much shorter. So you can see what's the impact of malnutrition. And also there is a study that, you know, reduction of 1% in malnutrition reduce 4% of poverty. So there is a very close link between nutrition and poverty. And in terms of investment, if you invest $1 in nutrition, you can save from $45 to $166 in health costs. And in terms of investment, it's 16 times, and it impacts national GDP from 2% to 11%. And another important intervention is education. Korea was one of the poorest countries, but because, you know, parents sold their most important asset, cows and land, and sent their children to school, then it built a human capital, and Korea became the developed country. So food is a very important incentive for making children to come to school. So school meal is one of the very important projects. And this gentleman, Paul Tergat, he is IOC member, legendary marathoner. He was telling me that, he went to school because school was far, but he could get the meal. Then he discovered his talent of his running. That's how he became the marathoner, and now IOC member. He really thanked us for the school meal. And now we have a new narrative. Before we were talking about just first 1,000 days, we are talking about first 8,000 days, because we really invest in human capital, health, nutrition, and education. Then it's the future of the country, So before we were talking about the school, teacher, textbook, but let's talk about the learner. Learner is most important. If they are sick, they are hungry, the investment focus doesn't happen. So, this first 1,000 days, we need to accompany them to give good training, to good education, to good nutrition, good health. Then, it will be the really future of the country. And another activity we do is, about developing the community, right? Building the resilience. And so, when there is no food during the lean season, people have nothing to eat. They go, to the forest to find some food. So what we do is, giving food and build the infrastructure. It's a kind of a very important investment. So, we build a reservoir during rainy season. They can use the water for agricultural activities, irrigation system, water reservoir system, and, plant their food, expanding their paddies. Look at this, is Ethiopia is a, wasted land. And after good planning, we plant a lot of, horticulture, fruit trees and irrigation system, and it transformed, and then they become self-sustainable. Then, they don't need any assistance from UN and anything. So my question here I want to throw is, can we end hunger? Some people say it's not possible. Some people say yes, we can do it. So I want to share just a couple of examples. This is a project called Semar Zero Hunger Community Project, a joint project with the KOICA, WFP, and Good Neighbors, and Bangladesh government. And this was very, very successful. So the idea was we have a proof for as a platform, WFP, in 60 countries, and combining Korea's experience of Semar Undong. And you see, and our target was zero hunger, but also we build around, infrastructure, education, hygiene, health, and governance. And this project was in the ultra poor region in Sirarganj, northwest of Bangladesh. There was a lot of flood all the time in this region, and people are ultra poor. But driving principle was we were providing catalytic support who really need assistance, and also let the villagers choose their own leaders and let them choose their most wanted activities. And they also should give something. They should contribute something, from beneficiaries. Then they can have a quick win and proven benefits of their livelihood, their health, their education, and it changes mentality, increase ownership, more motivation, more confidence, and it is creating virtuous cycle and sustainability. So this is what we've been applying. And, as this is a flooded area, we just raised the ground of the house, so it's no longer flooded. And we also raised the road, it's no longer flooded. And, we built the infrastructure of house and now the water system. And there is a small group and there is a committee and leaders. And, by doing this, really increase the ownership. We have a very well-established manual and training program. And they started doing their income generating activity with the skills they learned. They run their own business. They raise the cows, they raise the goats. So many people, majority of the beneficiary, their income doubled, tripled, quadrupled. And we phased out in 2018, but even after 3 years, they are just continuing. And this bamboo bridge, they built on their own head. Nobody asked them and nobody paid for them, but they built on their own. So it's a symbol of, the sustainability. And it was on the newspaper in Bangladesh as a successful case. And I don't know if we have time, but I just want to show a very short video clip. So I asked the question, did you achieve zero hunger? And the ladies with a big smile on their face, they were saying, yes, we achieved zero hunger. We no longer worry about food. We are really happy, So this is something, achieving zero hunger is possible. Individual level, community level, and all the indicators you see, there is a huge, significant achievement. And this was even featured World Development Journal, as a success story. So we are very proud that, individual and the community level zero hunger is really possible. And let's talk about countries that achieve zero hunger. Look at Korea. Korea was devastated by Korean War in 1950s, and General MacArthur was saying it will take at least 100 years to rebuild Korea, because Korea was a hopeless country after the war. And it was the poorest country in the world. In 1961, GDP per capita, Zimbabwe, Peru, Philippines, 3 times richer than South Korea. DR Congo was twice richer than South Korea. Even North Korea was 50% richer than South Korea. And, 1963, Minister of Agriculture and Minister of Foreign Affairs sent an appeal letter to WFP headquarters. We need the food, please come to rescue us. That was the letter we received. And then 1964, WFP came to Korea and Guinea. I realized Guinea and Korea received WFP at the same time. So, all of the Korea WFP was having the project and supporting. And you can see the newspaper, it was featured first page headline. So you can imagine the status of WFP during that time. So WFP was doing the same thing we are doing in developing countries around the world now in Korea before, helping minority children, food for work, road construction, and even one generation ago, just slightly over, Koreans were still receiving food from WFP, right? And this gentleman in the left-hand side was the country director of WFP, helping Korean people just one generation ago. And this is me with the Korean ambassador, and I'm here to try to help Guineans. So you can see. So we had a lot of food from many other countries, United States and Denmark and Norway. And then Korea was just growing. And in 20 years, Korea graduated from WFP assistance. And after one generation, it became top 9 government donor. So it's a really shining example of achieving zero hunger. And achieving zero hunger is possible, in a country like Korea. So if Korea can do, why not other country can do, So we have quite a few examples that country graduate from WFP assistance. It's China, Brazil, Thailand, Cabo Verde, Vietnam, Albania, Kosovo. And my personal commitment is ending hunger in Guinea, So this is I'm very fully committed. So how? So maybe some of you asking how we can achieve zero hunger, right? Innovation, we do a lot of innovation. We do hydroponics, so you can grow food in the desert, and we utilize AI. So we respond during the emergencies. We utilize the satellite for monitoring, and we have a blockchain as technology. So with iPay, you go to supermarket and you pay all your food. It's happening in Syria. I know Syrian refugees in Jordan. So blockchain is paying all the transaction. We have self-driving trucks. We have the sheriff. You can go anywhere in the river, in the mountain, and we use drone for many different purposes. We have food ATM, so beneficiaries can go to and get their food whenever they want. And we have a shared meal. This is an application for giving contribution, So in Guinea, for instance, 1 meal per child in school is 27 cents. 1 year is $45, so you can also contribute. So we also have innovation accelerator bootcamp, February, June, and November. So if you have very creative idea, submit your idea, and then you can get some $100,000 for developing your idea. So this is one of very important initiative in WFP. And let me just talk about Guinea a little bit. Guinea, 50% of people are in poverty, 26% are food insecure, and we have 140 staff, 60 vehicles, 1 airplane, 7 sub-offices. We are supporting 400,000 most food insecure people with nutrition, school feeding, resilience, and emergency. Guinea was prone to Ebola virus, and even this year we had an outbreak of Ebola and Marburg. And I arrived at the end of July. There was a coup d'etat, so there's also some sort of political situation. But our life continues, and we are doing different things. We are trying to connect the smallholder farmers to the market, and they grow rice, and we buy rice. So it's a kind of fair trade. We give the good price. They are more encouraged to work more, and we utilize this rice for school, so children come to school. So we are, actually building the virtuous cycle, and also we are giving the, job trainings and a lot of technical, stuff, so they can do income generating activities.
Dr. Lim, can you hear me?
It's almost end.
Okay,
so
okay, thank you.
So all I want to say is let's make hunger the thing of the past. Smallpox, it was very, very bad. One generation ago, but it's a normal exist. So really, I really want, let's make the hunger thing of the past. And that's what, like Korea did. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and I'm very happy again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. Thank you. It was a very interesting and insightful presentation. So thank you very much. Now we'll go to the second one, Mr. Kansiri and Mr. Nazaruddin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Okay. I like to make it full screen. Just a moment, please. So you can see from the screen, is it? Oh, wait a moment, please.
Okay, so
thank you very much, KDI School, for inviting me, and Mr. Olawode Nasaruddin from Indonesia. My name is Charlie Kansi from Thailand. We are holding the Alumni KDI School working partner program on the topic of food processing for Industry 4.0 and other industry development. And today there will be two presenters by me, Mr. Charlie, and also Mr. Lawade Nasaruddin from Indonesia. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with my Zoom when I share the screen.
Yeah, we still cannot see your presentation.
I think that, but you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, yes.
Okay, but there is something error with the chat screen, so I think I will go on for what I have prepared for the objective of the project that we have done for this project done by the KDI School Alumni Network. We would like to share and exchange the information about the business assessment and technology assessment about among KDI School members, and to collaborate on the robotics and automation in the artificial intelligence that apply for the SME in terms of the post-processing that resilient with Korea development. And also we would like to enhance manufacturing industrial policy measures for Industry 4.0 in order to make up the building network between our KDI School alumni worldwide. As you know that post-processing is according to SDG.
Some technical problems, maybe. Yeah, there's a connectivity problem, so maybe we can just wait a couple of seconds. This does happen at these kind of events.
Dr. Tabaki?
Yes.
Hello. While waiting for the connectivity problem to be resolved, I just want to, is it okay to say something about the previous presentation, or we have to proceed to this one?
Maybe go ahead. Sure,
okay.
Yeah.
With the first presentation, it was really nice to use Korea as an example that has graduated from famine for several years, that it has experienced since Korea was a war-torn country, and then it was one of the poorest countries in the world, and then now it is a donor country. But it was very successful, and other countries that were mentioned there graduated from that World Food Program, but I am not sure if they are also donors nowadays as to South Korea. So my question there is that there must be some factors in South Korea that has helped Korea to become once a receiver or recipient of the program to become a donor, because we emphasize climate change. We have the war, we have the atrocities inside, domestic problems, politics and that. But everywhere we experience, so we also have, in connection to this, there is a myriad and systematic institutionalized problems. So apart from the climate change or the calamities, apart from the wars that that these countries experience, there must be something in South Korea. Korea also had, what do you call that? Korea also had the just share of nepotism and corruption in the past, but what is it that made them very successful? And but to put it in perspective, the Sustainable Development Goals were, I would say, an offshoot or some kind of a transition from the Millennial Development Goals. That was from 2000 to 2007 to 2015, and then just years before 2015, before these Sustainable Development Goals was implemented, were implemented, they saw an opportunity for continuity. The focus on the Millennial Development Goals was towards the poor countries, developing countries, and the focus also is on economy. But now with the Sustainable Development Goals, we look into beyond economy. We look on social progress, development. We look into environment, and then political instability, equity, infrastructures, and among others. But my question here is that we've been talking about hunger, eradicating poverty and hunger. That's they are really in relation to each other. But every time we hear these experts or all the Sustainable Development Goals conferences and seminars that I have attended, the question is, how are they going to achieve that? The commitment is there. They always say that there is there's a chance that we can eradicate hunger, or we can achieve zero hunger, but then they always have the if everyone commits. But how do we measure commitment in that sense? I think I still have a lot of things, as you can see in my list.
So these are very important questions, but I think for time management, maybe Dr. Lim can answer them later, because we're ready for the second presentation. So maybe let's proceed with that, the second group. Hello.
Hello, everybody. let me continue Charlie's presentation because he has the problem. Our projects is Indonesia's and Thailand operation. Why Thailand and Indonesia? Because the countries involved in some cooperation like INVGP and ASEAN and RCEP and Organization for Islamic Cooperation. In this case, Thailand as observer of OIC and Indonesia as a full member of OIC. And then Indonesia and Thailand are located in strategic position because they have proximity to rich oil countries in Persian Gulf. And then Indonesia and Thailand also implement 4.0 development. For Indonesia, they have priority of industry like F&B, automotive, textile, etc. Same as Thailand, they also have some priority like F&B, food for the future. This is our point of departure. Our talk today is about F&B, the technology development for F&B and halal sector. And then in Indonesia, we see contribution of F&B industry is large. The share of F&B industry above 5% for more than 10 years. And then the number of F&B SME is large. Out of from 4.3 million companies, F&B sector, SME in F&B sector is 1.6 million. And then Indonesia currently implement Industry 4.0 adoption, and to implement the initiative, Indonesia developed measure to explore readiness of Indonesian industry to implement Industry 4.0. We call INDI 4.0. Indonesia Industry 4.0 Readiness Index. We have 5 pillars, and then we also have Industry 4.0 awards, and some company already got awards like Garuda Food. Garuda Food is F&B company. Greenfields is also F&B company. NutriFood. And then let me see Charlie already. Okay, Ms. Charlie, you can continue your presentation. I will stop here. Are you ready? Hello? Hello, Mr. Charlie?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can continue now. Sorry for the technical errors. We are approaching for the policy of the Thailand development in terms of Thailand as the kitchen of the world. That from agricultural country, we produce many kinds of agricultural products, and we feeding, and from feed to farm, and we submit to the factory, and we also cooking for the food to support the world. Next slide, please. Yes, in terms of Industry 4.0, we aiming for smarter and more efficiency in terms of the operation of the agricultural product. We develop the robotics and IoT in the manufacturing sector by applying to the food processing industry, and also the research and innovatives as well, that we are focusing the development of this sector that comply for the development of Thailand industry. Next slide, please. As of now, Thailand focusing on the first phase of the food and food processing from last year until next 2027. We are aiming to upgrade the target food as rice, fishery products, meat, and the vegetable and fruits as well, by making from the feed farm into the food, and as well as the packaging as well, that we are focusing to develop of these agricultural products. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Okay, this one, Mr. Nasaruddin will continue for the outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Charlie. From our online workshop in September, we then formulate proposal for cooperation, Thailand, Indonesia, Korea cooperation project proposal. It will be online international workshop on F&B SME, manufacturing for industry 4.0, and halal industry development. Why? Because each country has a potential, and they have specific characteristics. Like Korea, they have experience in 4.0, and then Korea expand their export to other countries, including oil countries that oil country implement halal standard. So it will be challenges for Korea. And then Thailand implement 4.0 initiative, same as Indonesia. And then Thailand focused on SME, same as Indonesia. And then Indonesia and Thailand involved in some regional and sub-regional cooperation. So it is similarity and difference between Thailand, Korea, and Indonesia. And then the benefit from cooperation activity will be number one, Korea, Thailand, Indonesia formulated their industrial development plan in differential stage and period, and then they provide related regulation to support SME, especially in food sector. And then KDI Alumni will continue to cooperate to extend collaboration worldwide. This is I already explained cooperation between Thailand, Indonesia, and Korea. But the other challenges is halal. Besides hunger, halal Muslim countries should obey halal and haram law.
Excuse me, Mr. Nasaruddin, due to time constraints, could you please wrap up in 5 minutes?
Yes.
3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, yes. The halal not only in food sector, but also in cosmetic, pharmaceutical, apparel, textile. But today I will explain about halal food. Halal food come from poultry or ruminant slaughtered by mention name of Allah, and some other manufactured product coming from halal animal, And Muslim country cannot consume some animal like pig and its derivative, blood and its derivative, and some others. So some OIS countries implement halal standard and regulation that becomes challenges for non-Muslim countries to expand their export to oil countries. This is the, as I told you, that Thailand and Indonesia is strategic in terms of position because they have close proximity to East Asian countries with large population or a large market for halal products in Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, and they have close proximity to oil countries in Persian Gulf. They rich countries, so they have highest willingness to pay for halal products. So this is potential cooperation to develop cross-border halal trade. To encourage cross-border halal trade, of course, we need to develop halal regional production basis by developing halal special economic zone, and then attract investment from Western country, from East Asian countries, including Korea, because they have they encounter challenges to produce halal product, because halal products require a person who have better knowledge in halal. And then our recommendation from our cooperation, my cooperation with Cali, that is to improve capability technology of F&B sector in Thailand and Indonesia, and then to attract Korean investment to Thailand, Indonesia in Industry 4.0 and in halal sectors. And then it is better to consolidate establishment of regional production bases in Thailand, Indonesia, and cooperation between special economic zone in Thailand and Indonesia. And if we can encourage establishment of sub-regional cooperation among Thailand, Indonesia, South Asian countries, and Middle East to take advantage of niche halal market, such as developing halal special economic zone and encouraging mutual recognized agreement on halal standards. And of course, we expect Korean company will play an important roles in the halal regional production basis in Thailand and Indonesia. And then we develop proposal. I and Charlie develop proposal, and the proposal need the support from Korean donors. We need budget more than $100,000, and will be implement 12 months after receiving fund, and benefit is to exchange the fact and information, knowledge about halal and 4.0, collaboration on robotics, automation, artificial intelligence, and then collaboration on technology development in halal park, halal economic zone, and to attract investment of foreign F&B company into halal parks in Thailand and Indonesia, and then to collaborate to expand Indonesian and Thai access on halal GVC, and to enhance manufacturing and industry policy on 4.0 and halal industry, including establishment of Thai and Indonesia-Korea Cooperation Fund. And of course, this project will continue our network to develop our countries and our region, and of course to improve image of KDI in the world.
Okay, Mr. Nazaruddin, thank you very much. I think
you.
we're out of time.
Thank you. This is our proposal.
Thank you. It's very interesting. And now I will give the floor to the discussants. But to leave some time for maybe some questions from the audience, let's please stick to 10 minutes strictly. Okay. So first, Professor Kalimag.
Thank you for the presenters and also Dr. Tabakis. I was told to discuss quickly, so I'll do it so that I will not take time with my co-panelists. So I mentioned a while ago the transition from the Millennium Development Goals to Sustainable Development Goals, and we saw some differences on how it has transformed from, I think, 8 to become 17, or maybe 7 to become 17. And this is Zero Hunger. It's the second Sustainable Development Goal. And always with these MDGs and SDGs, the last goal is always the global partnership. The partnership that we have now, it includes academic, the research, the private sector, companies, but you know, people behave in such a way that they push forward their interests. So how do we achieve that? So I have 2 points to raise, although I have several here. One is commitment. That is one major question I have, because as we see in the Millennium Development Goals, it's time-bound, but in both of them, they have this projection, or they have this forecast to achieve these goals by the year they have set. But it is not legally binding. So even if we have all these great narratives and also these terms, and also if you read the goals, they really sound really nice. Actually, I would say it's nice to do, but how are we going to say it must be done? So from must to do. And that the commitment, for example, how are you going to expect the developing countries to be committed in this program, these Sustainable Development Goals, where in fact they have agreed to, for example, the developed world, the developed countries, they have increased their contributions to ODA, for example, to help our programs that to be part of the Sustainable Development Goals. The ODA from 3% of the GNI, the gross national income, to become 7%. Most of the countries did not commit, or most of the countries did not have achieved that. Actually, there are about 5 to 6 countries, mostly Scandinavian countries, who have committed their contributions to ODA. And there's also this question of, if you are aware of Jeffrey Sachs and also William Easterly, where they said that ODA actually is good for the economy, is good to eradicate poverty. That's according to Jeffrey Sachs. And then to William Easterly said, no, it's actually a culprit of the continuous poverty that we experience. So how do we resolve that? And then for the trade, we look into the prices as well. We want to increase the supply of agricultural products. Let's focus on the primary products. And with that primary products, where do we bring them? So we are country focused, not really to export them, but we want countries to produce enough food for their country. But to tell it bluntly, we have enough food, actually, but we just don't know where to bring them, how to make this zero hunger to happen. There was a question in the presentation of Dr. Lim that the how and the means to do that. All right, the second one is the accountability. I need to wrap it up. Accountability is another one. The accountability that we are talking about here, what if these sustainable goals were not met? Who is responsible for these goals? Are we going to have another 30 years? Because it has extended from 2015 become 2015 to 2030. That's 15 years in the making. But if you look at the Zero Hunger program, the Sustainable Development Goals, from 2014, that's the least number of the data that we have. But it peaked a little bit, slowly has increased from 2018 to 2019. What has happened? Were there wars again? Were there calamities that we experienced? Were there climate change induced cause of this increase of hunger? We don't know. So these are just some of the concerns I have for the zero hunger. For the second presentation, let me just have one question. They talked about the cooperation of South Korea, Thailand, and Indonesia, but how do we consolidate? How do we how do we make other countries engage? Because each of these countries already have their halal industry or their sectors they have, because in the first place they are Islam countries. So they definitely have. But how are you going to involve other countries in this program? And what is the matrix for the evaluation of this project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think these are very important and maybe tough questions. So our second panelist, Dr. Xuan Li.
Thank you very much, Professor Tabakis. I'm a really great honor for me to join the workshop today. And thank you very much for you and also KDI family for this very nice invitation. It has been 20 years after my return, my left from the KDI School. And it actually today brought me two very nice surprises. The first one is I see there is a very long history between the WFP, UNWP with Korea in its early development. As you probably know, WFP was part of the establishment by FAO and also UN General Assembly in 1961. So it's a really long history. Second surprise is that I see my fellow colleague Charlie here, who is the same year with me. Yeah, very nice to see you. And and Haseo and So let me just share my quick comments on the first presentation by Dr. Lin. I really learned a lot of the WFP's experience and also your approach, and also very based on your strengths in the field and also excellent capacity to deliver, especially for the emergency the relief. So that's excellent, and I do also appreciate the expanded activities to beyond traditional food aid, but also to extend it to the food system transformation, which is really important for all the UN agencies. So that's fantastic. Yeah, so for me, if I may, I'd like to, since FAO is the custodian for the SDG 2, especially on most of the indicators, let me just share some of their to complement of FAO's their definition, approach and others regarding their this zero hunger. Very briefly, what is the hunger malnutrition? This is kind of the major category of the undernutrition and also overnutrition. So if you look at undernourishment, it actually that refers to our hunger, and also there is stunting, wasting, underweight. There are also micronutrient deficits, refer to what Dr. Lin mentioned about the hinder hunger, etc. And we also need to look at overnutrition issue. That is the what is the content that we need to look at. And if you look at this evolution between the Zero Hunger Challenge to SDG 2, actually here we see in Zero Hunger Challenge was launched by their Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in 2012, and it covered 5 major their building blocks, the pillars. And then we moved to their 2015 onwards, it was Zero Hunger, which has 5 indicators according to their SDG 17 goals. Here, I just want to show you this target. There are 5 major targets on the SDG 2. The first one is end hunger. The second one is end all forms of malnutrition. Number 3 is double the agricultural productivity and incomes of small-scale food producers. Number 4 is ensure sustainable food production system and also implement resilient agriculture practice. Number 5 is maintain the genetic diversity of the seeds, cultivated plants, farms, and domesticated animals and their related wild species. So there are many indicators underneath, and this is right now all the UN agencies has been allocated, and the rows marked in red is on the FAO custodials. So there is different kind of approach to measure each and every level of the hunger, malnutrition, etc. So here I just want to give some of the idea of how FAO is looking at this food system transformation and from regional perspective. So in order to achieve the SDG 2, it's very important to address 2 major gaps on the production gap and also on the nutrition gap. So these are our common challenge If we look at the population growth, look at all this kind of their, climate change, their population, their increase, and also urbanization, etc. If we continue with current the food production pattern and food system, the methodology, it won't be able to produce sufficient amount of the food. In terms of nutrition, this is another major issue. If we continue to have current availability of the quantity and also look at nutrient level, there is a big gap that will never be able to close the gaps. So paradigm shift is required. This is why we have this UN Food System Summit held this year in order to address it. So this is our common mission that for the UN agencies to support countries. So with this paradigm shift is required, so we would look into like systematic views to promote agricultural diversification with sustainable intensification. So this is how we have been doing. And so we will start with the national assessment of their production and nutrition gaps in order to identify who, what, where, and how to close the gaps. We also need to look at, this is our ongoing FAO's hand-in-hand initiative on the typology analysis based on the GIS mapping and other, the new platform. That is to identify where is the most kind of their poorest their people located, and also with highest possibility for their market and also income generation. And we also look into what are the priority product that will be important to support for this transformation. We look at the nutrient level, we look at climate resilient capability, and also look at locally available water adaptability, and also economic viability. So this, by doing so, the same inch of the land will be able to increase.
We need to wrap up a bit soon, so maybe a couple more minutes.
Quickly.
Thank you.
That's right. So, so this is we want to have a systematic approach to map the farming system to integrate those, their nutritious and those climate resilient product. And eventually we will lead to their whole food value chain product. That's linked to my second, the comments to their HALA, their presentation. It's very interesting to look at on their Thailand and Indonesia on this one. A few questions from my side is what are the special features of the HALA processing in comparison with the normal food processing? And what are commonality and difference of the HALA processing between Indonesia and Thailand? And what are the areas that are mutually recognized and the gaps for the harmonization in terms of production and consumption of the halal food? And what are consumer preferences in both countries for halal food? And also, if you could look at collaboration, beyond the two countries, but among ASEAN and also, more broadly in general. Yeah, I want to thank you very much for the two excellent presentations. Just share some of my observations. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you. I think this, unfortunately, we're out of time, so we don't have time for any questions from the audience, but I want to thank everybody. It was a very interesting session, very important topic to end hunger, and I want to thank the presenters, the panelists, for the excellent comments. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our session chairperson, Professor Tabakis, speakers, and panelists. We hope you had a meaningful learning time about Sustainable Development Goals. So to refresh our minds, we will have a short break for 5 minutes. So please stay tuned for the next session and enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention for a moment, please? The next session will begin in a minute. We kindly ask you to, if you are outside at the hallway, please come in and be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our KDIS Alumni Capacity Building Hybrid Workshop. I hope you enjoyed your break. We will continue with the third session on Sustainable Development Goal number 17, Partnerships and for the Goals. For this session, Professor Imbok Ri will be chairing the session. Professor Ri is currently teaching Political Science and Political Economy of Development at KDI School, and he has received his PhD in Political Science from University of California, San Diego. Before joining the faculty at KDI School, he worked as a research associate at the Institute for Development Studies, University of Nairobi, Kenya. Please welcome Professor Lee and the session's discussant, Dr. Kwangol Cho, with a round of big applause.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and welcome again, everyone, for joining us here. So for this session, the third session, we have professionals and alumni who are experts in the Sustainable Development Goal, especially number 17, Partnership for the Goals field, and they'll be joining us as our speakers and panelists. I believe we have about a total of an hour allocated for us, and we'll have two presentations on SDG number 17, about 15 minutes each, followed by two panel discussions for about 10 minutes each. And if we have some time, we'll receive Q&A from the floor as well as from online channels, both YouTube and Zoom. I'll try to keep time a little bit, so I don't know if the presenters can see me from online, but I'll try to kind of hand wave when we have about 5 minutes left and try to interject when we have about 2 minutes left so that we can try to be on time. All right, so if I can briefly introduce the speakers, we have first Dr. Buyeo Kim, who is an associate professor at Seoul National University, and the following speaker will be Ms. Christine Kathurima, who is a 2014 MDP alumni of our school from Kenya, and who is also serving as school leader at one of Africa's bold leading Pan-African private schools, Nova Pioneer Tattoo Primary School. And we have as our panelists, first joining us, Mr. Afdal Izal Hashim. Sorry if I butchered the name a little bit. 2012 MPP graduate alumni from Malaysia, and currently serving as a researcher at Graduate School of International Relations at International University of Japan. And we have Dr. Kwangol Cho joining us, 2010 MDP graduate from South Korea, who is currently serving as the Director General at Seongnam Market Revitalization Foundation, and who was also a former resident representative of KOICA office in Papua New Guinea, China, Myanmar, Ghana, and Baghdad and Erbil in Iraq. So without further ado, let's invite Professor Buyeo Kim for his presentation on the topic of global partnership for the SDGs.
Thank you very much for Professor Imbok Lee. I'm really honored to share my thoughts on the global partnership for the SDG. I used to teach at KDI School between 2015 to 2020. So KDI School is my home institution. And the time I work there, KDI School, was one of my happiest moment there. So I'm very happy to be here. And also it reminded me of the great experience 2 years ago. 2 years ago, KDI School had an alumni capacity building workshop in Vienna. So I really hope that the next year we can have this amazing workshop in the offline, singing the proud alumni face to face next year. Okay. So I'm going to be brief as brief as possible. So just let me briefly go over the current situation of Sustainable Development Goal, which is not good due to COVID-19. Then let me just briefly think about what kind of like partnership is needed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal. As you know that there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the first one is we want to eradicate the poverty by year 2030. And the global extreme poverty rate rose for the first time since 1998, from 8.4% to 9.5% in 2020. So this is a trend breaker, and COVID-19 has led to the first rise in extreme poverty in a generation. So we expect that additional 120 million people were pushed back to extreme poverty in 2020. So we are missing the number one target, the SDG number one target, the eradicating poverty. So that is a really serious concern right now. What about SDG number 2? That was the nutrition and hunger. We want to also make zero hunger by 2030. But even before COVID-19, the food insecurity was already on the rise. And the pandemic is an additional threat to food system. So this COVID pandemic is exacerbating the world hunger, and although child malnutrition is getting worse and worse. That was our situation. And number 3 is the health. So before COVID-19, much progress in many health areas continued. You remember between year 2000 and 2015, we pursue Millennium Development Goal. There were 8 Millennium Development Goals, and among them, like 3 are related to health goal. So number 4, reducing child mortality by 2/3, also reducing maternal mortality by 75%, and number 6, combat HIV, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis and other infectious disease. So pretty much we focused on this health issue when we pursue MDG. But because of this COVID-19 pandemic, the many health services were interrupted and could reverse decades of improvements in health. And number 4 is education. In MDG, in Millennium Development Goal, MDG 2 was related to education. That was the achieving universal primary education. So in MDG, between 2000 and 2015, we basically focus on the primary education, how we can increase the quantity of primary education. But in SDG number 4, we are talking about not only the quantity of education. Yes, quantity of education has expanded from primary education to secondary and tertiary education, as well as the job training and lifelong education. And also before primary education, SDG number 4 talking about the early child development. That was the scope of education has been expanded. But also the SDG number 4 is talking about quality education. So it's much deeper right now. But like even before COVID-19, the progress toward inclusive and equitable quality education was too slow. And the impact of pandemic on schooling is a generational catastrophe. Why? Because of lockdown and shutdown, the school has been shut down. So here, almost 101 million or 9% of children in grade 9 through grade 8, they fell below the minimum reading proficiency right now. And like a billion of school children, they just out of school due to COVID-19 pandemic. So we are really worrying about the exacerbating inequality in education because of COVID-19. number 5 is that the SDG number 5 is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. But the violence against women persists at an unacceptably high level, and it is also intensified by the pandemic. And number 6, the water and sanitation for all. This goal actually originated from the Millennium Development Goal number 7. The MDG number 7 was to ensure the environmental sustainability, but at that time, we were not ready to talking about the a macro environmental issue like climate change and the global warming and how to reduce the CO2 emission. So in MDG era, we were focusing on the a micro level environments, focusing on water and sanitation. So that MDG 7 now become the SDG number 6. And billions of people still lack access to safe drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene. So more than 2 billion people lack safely managed drinking water. 3.6 billion people lack safely managed sanitation, and 2.3 billion people lack basic hygiene. This is also serious in the times of COVID-19 pandemic. Why? Because hand washing and basic hygiene is one of the most effective way to prevent COVID-19. But more than 3 billion people, they lack basic hand washing facility at home. So number 6 is seriously under threat right now. And number 7 is to ensure access to energy for all. And around 760 million people lack access to electricity, and 75% of them live in sub-Saharan African country. So number 7 goal is also, we are far from achieving this SDG number 7. And SDG number 8 is to promote economic growth, employment, and decent work for all. And before COVID-19, the global economic growth was slowing down, but right now the world faces the worst economic recession since the Great Depression due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So the last year, GDP per capita worldwide declined more than 4%. So the pandemic has led to the loss of the full-time equivalent job of 255 million jobs. So this is 4 times higher than the number of lost during the global financial crisis. So there was a dynamite, and the COVID-19 has a very destructive for this SDG number 8. And the SDG 9 talking about infrastructure, industrialization, innovation, but especially we emphasize the industrialization for least developed country. But here, even before COVID-19, industrialization in the least developed country are a little too slow to meet the 2030 SDG target. And due to COVID-19, the global manufacturing production plummeted. So again, the SDG number 9, we are far from achieving SDG 9 by 2030 right now. And what about the inequality issue, SDG number 10? SDG number 10 is to reduce inequality within a country and between countries. But as we all see right now, the most vulnerable group are being hit hardest by the pandemic. So which increase the inequality. The COVID-19 make the inequality in education, inequality in health, and inequality in incomes. Because it's hit hardest, the most vulnerable people are hit by the pandemic right now. So here the COVID-19 is very likely to reverse progress made in reducing income inequality since the financial crisis. So SDG number 11, to make city inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. This is also a big difference between MDG, Millennium Development Goals, and Sustainable Development Goal. When we are pursuing MDG, at the time, we are basically we're focusing on extreme poverty, and where is the world poorest people? They are more than 70% of them are rural farmers in the developing country. But after 2007, the humankind experienced for the first time, the urban population is more than that of the rural population. So after 2007 and 2008, the more than 50% of the world population now live in an urban area. So we cannot ignore the city issue right now. But as you see that in the pandemic, the over 80% of COVID-19 cases are in urban area, in the city area. So how to make cities safe, how to make city resilient is a really, really important source to overcome COVID-19 pandemic. But here, the pandemic has worsened the plight of the slum dwellers in a mega city right now. So here, the SDG 11 is also very challenging right now. And what about like a 12? The global material footprint also increased a lot here. And 13, here about like climate change before COVID-19, the 2019 was the second warmest year on record. And some of you may say that because of COVID-19, we have a huge advantage to the SDG number 13. Not really. So here, COVID-19 may result in a 6% drop in greenhouse gases. Yeah, there was a really big drop, but still far from our target. Our target, SDG number 13, is to reduce the greenhouse gases emission by 7.6%. So even this big shock of COVID-19 is way below the target of SDG number 13. And number 14, ocean, sea, and marine resources. Before COVID-19, ocean acidification continued to threaten marine environment, and drastic reduction in human activity because of COVID-19 brought about maybe a chance for ocean to recuperate. And 15, the land, biodiversity. This issue also here, the World fell short of 2020 target to hold biodiversity laws. So again, the SDG number 15 is also, we are missing the target right now. What about 16, peace, justice, and institution? The pandemic, unfortunately, and it's very sad to see that the COVID-19 pandemic is intensifying the violence, conflict, and also intensifying the children's risk of exploitation. Finally, so it is ever more important to emphasize the global partnership for SDG. So while the official development aid increased in last year, 2022, a total of like $161 billion, which is the world highest record, but still this far well short of what is needed to respond to COVID-19 crisis. And also here, $161 billion is a record high, but it's only like a 0.3%. So way below the target of 0.7%. So here, the situation is really gloomy and it's really pessimistic right now. So the world leading scientific journal, Nature, had an editorial say that is it time to revise the SDG? Why don't we just lower the target of SDG? So that was the like a discussion. But is it really time to revise the SDG? Maybe or maybe not. Maybe we need to reconsider more comprehensive partnership for SDG. For example, from the donor country and international organization centered, that was the traditional model. Maybe we can expand our partnership into the civil society, NGOs, and private company, and as well as the academic institution. I think the KDI School, having this like alumni capacity building workshop, I think that's a really good example to promote the like a global partnership to achieve SDG. And here, by concluding my talk, maybe some of you and including myself, think that achieving SDG in the time of COVID-19 pandemic is impossible. So the Nature editorial makes sense to revise the goal, but maybe or maybe not, because just 200 years ago, the British Empire, the slave trade was so common standard. Nobody think that they can abolish the slave trade. But after 200 years, nobody can think of the slave trade is okay, right? And the last year, Kamala Harris was elected as a vice president for the United States for the first time. Was the first female vice president in the United States in 2020. But only like 100 years ago, like 1920, there was no like a voting for like a female. The female doesn't have the right to vote. So even in the United States. So at the time, it was like very difficult to think that a woman can vote. But nowadays, what about it? Like, if I say that only men can vote, then everybody think that, oh, you are crazy. So maybe like 50 years later and 100 years later, our future generation think that how you could not meet this simple SDG 17 goals. So I think maybe our priority and the global view maybe is completely distorted right now. Just think that it's impossible. Let's be realistic. So just let me finish here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for a very concise and insightful presentation. I was trying to hand wave and also try to interject alerting with time, but even without it, you've done very well managing time. So thank you very much. And I can't speak for others, but I have to say, I, for one, would always welcome you back to your home institution of KDI School in any capacity if you want to. Again, thank you very much for the presentation. And next, I'd like to move on to the presentation by Ms. Kathurima on the topic of the African Public Policy Network.
In East Africa, in Kenya, and I'm really pleased to be here today. So grateful for our time together after Dr. Kim Boyle's sobering facts and very clear assessments of how we're doing with the 17 SDG global goals. My work today, I think I have the best job, which is bringing it all together. In Africa, where I'm from, the one who throws the party and brings everyone together is well liked. So I hope you all liked the African Public Policy Network presentation. We are a group that was formed based on the Working Alumni Partnership Program at KDI School. So I want to express my gratitude for this opportunity to be an exemplar of the partnerships for the goals. What does a farmer in Zambia, a vaccination program in Tanzania, citizen action cleaning beaches in Brazil have to do with each other? I think everything. They're totally interconnected because every citizen desires a way to make a decent living. I believe that the partnership for the goals is bringing all the goals together. Obviously, we speak about the aspects of official development assistance, DA, and foreign direct investment to make the goals happen. But on the baseline, I think it affects more than anyone else, civil society. And so my favorite quote here is from the first one that you can see: we were born to unite with our fellow men and to join community with the human race. What does partnership for the goals truly mean? I think today I'm sitting and so excited to be part of this group where I recognize the presenters and discussants who have expertise in the policy arena and have spoken very well about the goals themselves. Mine is to say that because the global goals are interconnected, achieving them and the action that is required to achieving them must also be interconnected. We, however, silo our solutions and our actions to our countries. And so today in our presentation, we're speaking about Africa. Africa is not a country, but a continent, but the goals themselves are interconnected. So my argument is the actions to achieve them should also be interconnected. And the way we approach them within our world should not be just nationalistic, but should be within certain regions and then obviously globally. So the argument that we have is SDGs can only be realized through global partnerships and cooperation. So there are keywords that for me, I think should be attached to this partnership. So strong global partnerships, cooperation, shared ideas, and interconnectedness. So as policymakers, it is very important for us to coordinate policies to help developing countries achieve the goals. So exemplars for us that we've looked at is managing debt, promoting investment, and making policies that amplify the voice of the youth. So here I have some images from a child's perspective. I am a school leader here in Kenya. So my perspective is usually from education policy or governance. Yes, we know the reality is the SDGs can only be realized with these strong global partnerships, and it takes collective action, but it must begin from the youngest in our society to adults. Today, we're all representing the adult population, obviously, but it must begin with the children. My personal example is in our primary school here in Kiambu, Tatu City, Kenya. Our students are learning SDGs for kids. The program that we're doing here is something that I was privy to when I was in my time in Korea and learned this from UNICEF. So the reality is this shared knowledge can be spread. It is possible to do it across our countries, across our continents. So you see some images of students from South America, from Asia, and my own students were too shy for me to use their photos. Many years ago, Africa was called a dark continent, and we have been working very hard to move from that narrative. And I think the best way to express where we are as a continent is with a few key facts that I think are very important right now in 2021. So Africa is made up of 54 countries, and we're the second most populous continent after Asia. And we are the youngest continent on the globe in terms of average age. So the average age of an African citizen is 19, whereas the average age for Japan and China is 48. The thing that I think is the most sobering, and I'll say it really slow, is that 60% of Africans are young people. 60%. That is unique, it's unusual, and a captivating audience of young people who represent an energetic, creative workforce. It is said that by 2035, Africa will have the largest youth workforce in the world. But what do all these facts mean, right? What do they mean? I would posit that Africa will be the most productive and possibly most innovative continent because of the ready market represent in a growing middle class and the buying power. So it's not just about the consumer perspective we've had for many years. For many years, we've been consuming content, product, import items, but now it's about the manufacturing and the contribution to our own development. So we have some guiding questions that we've been debating at the APPN, and I just want to pose them for us here. So one, is Africa, the continent itself, prepared to meet all the jobs demanded by the youth in just a few years, in 14 years? What role does the youth have in Africa achieving the SDG targets and also in this policy decision-making process? And then I think the most important is what are the untapped opportunities right now on the continent to meet that demand? We believe that we must begin addressing that now in order to get to that place tomorrow. And so the big thing for us as the APPN is to say the Sustainable Development Goals are very important. Yes, they're global goals, but we also have our African Union goals, Agenda 2063. It is very important that they not be far removed from the global goals. So the global goals and Agenda 2063 must work hand in hand. Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, actually came in place in May of 2013 during the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the foundation of the Organization of African Union. So the OAU was very big when I was a child. And I remember the talk in the House was about independence. The focus was on getting the nation states independent. And that was the focus at the time. After reinventing the OAU, we are now the African Union. And the members are heads of states of government. And the 50th African Union anniversary solemn declaration give an opportunity to sign this document that we now have for the next 50 years. What's really unique about it is that it's a 50-year period to achieve 7 aspirations in Africa. And the thing I like most as an educator and as a person who plans is that it's a 10-year implementation timeline. I feel that when we chunk and we break things down, it makes it much easier to attain. What is the target of this Agenda 2063, the Africa we want? It's very simply the attainment of the Pan-African vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens. That's my favorite expression, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. So we believe that the Africa Union's Agenda 2063 and the global goals must go hand in hand and the areas of integration. So I'd like to present just a cap of what that is. So as I mentioned, it's a 10-year implementation program period, and then there are some flagship programs that raise Africa's economic growth, and they're all done by 7 aspirations. And at a minimum, I think it's very easy to see that they're closely interrelated to the SDGs. A peaceful and secure Africa, strong cultural identity, values and ethics, a strong influential global player and partner, people-driven development focused on women and youth. We spoke about women in many of our presentations, good governance, democracy, human rights, justice and rule of law, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, political, unified and integrated continent. When you hear those 7 aspirations, my guess is, as experts on global goals, your mind goes back to the goals. This is intentional, as they're very well integrated. So who are we, the African Public Policy Network, and why are we here today? So one is, of course, being an exemplar for what those partnerships are. We are a young organization founded in March 2021 through, as I mentioned, the Working Partner Program at our favorite grad school. And again, the word partnership continues because we are from diverse African nations, Rwanda, Uganda, Nigeria, and Kenya. Another aspect of partnerships within our APPN is that we're from different areas of public policy, and we feel we are an umbrella policy organization for more youthful public policy experts. Our track records fall in those fields, and what we are doing is simple. We basically come from the aspect and perspective that youth participation and engagement in public policy is vital. We firmly believe that given the opportunity, African youth already have willingness and talent. We already have the capacity, but something is missing. You see images there of innovators on the continent. These are such few examples of what's happening on the ground, from making transistors, generators, making devices that help the deaf communicate, hand gloves. There's multiple innovations on the continent itself. But we have barriers. And one of the biggest barriers is the policies themselves. So we have to unlock good policies for these youth, such as ourselves, can thrive. And we also have to give visibility to what's happening on our continent itself. Because as I said, we have many untapped innovations to be realized. So then we, as the African Public Policy Network, our approach is very simple: knowledge exchange, policy analysis and research, partnerships and collaboration, membership and fellowship programs. So if you can imagine, we began this work in March, and it's the end of the year now. We were 9 months young, we're crawling, but we want to walk and then run. So our pillars when we come together and connect is for that knowledge exchange, to empower, to partner, and always to include equity, diversity, and inclusion. Some of our achievements and partnerships in the last 8 months: we've had public policy dialogues in August We had our first, the African Youth and Public Policy. And I just want to thank KDI. We had many former KDI students joining from your countries. Thank you for that. Then we also were represented at the Rural Women and Climate Change Action in Africa Conference. And then African Preparedness in Handling COVID-19 and Other Future Pandemics, which we just completed this December with representatives from Vassar in Finland, Turkey, Nigeria, and Bournemouth, UK. So we really are trying to live out the word partnership and collaboration. We also have partnerships with 2 organizations right now, the SDG Youth in Korea and 254 Youth Policy Cafe in Kenya. We welcome more partnerships, especially from this wonderful group of experts to work with us in forming youth policy within our continent. We welcome friends from outside the continent. We're also working on legal registration in Kenya, which is always an intricate matter. Our future plans involve you. So yes, in our graduate school days, we began embarking on research in our own individual policy areas, but we want to come together and provide research papers and policy analysis to identify the regulatory gaps and barriers that and opportunities for youth inclusion. We have a desire to do programming and advocacy work in favor of youth-centric policies, and then to build a very strong African public policy network advisory board. This is another area where we're calling for you to please communicate with us if that's an area of interest for you. Then capacity building opportunities for our team for the success on running this policy think tank. Funding opportunities for our APPN core activities is also something we're looking into currently and in the future, but it's one of our areas of work for 2022. Finally, the collaboration I mentioned with like-minded organizations for knowledge exchange and partnership for the global goals. Who exactly are we? I'd like to just conclude by giving you a visual of the mighty founding fellows. Nicholas Odongo, who is currently at Korea University from Kenya. David Oluwaseun Adepoju from Nigeria, who is at the African Leadership University as a faculty member in Rwanda. Dr. Festus Adedoyin, who is in Bournemouth University in the UK. Nelson Wainaina, who works with the Ministry of Lands, Housing, Urban Planning and Development in Uganda. Vincent Kundimana, who is Science for Africa Foundation. He's from Rwanda, but he's based in Kenya, our mighty leader. Duncan Chando, who is in IFAD in Italy, but who hails from Kenya, as well as myself. I would just like to thank KDI for this wonderful opportunity, for a world-class opportunity to develop our mindsets as policymakers in our respective fields. I thank you all for this opportunity.
All right, thank you very much. The African Public Policy Network, the APPN, has been one of the most active alumni network recently, and has already engaged with all these many important debates from development to use and the future of development for the African continent and beyond, as today's presentation exemplifies, I think. There are many challenges, of course, ahead of us, but I think challenges can be opportunities depending on how we deal with them. And as one of the kind of self-professed biggest fan of APPN, I would be personally looking forward to learning much more about your work, supporting your activities, and working closely with you and all the bright leaders of the APPN. And now I'd like to move to invite our distinguished panelists to have them provide their comments and discussion points for the presentations that we just heard, starting with Mr. Hashim.
Professor Reed, Mr. Chair, for the session. My name is Afdal. I would like to take this opportunity to thank KDI School as well as Alumni program team for this session. With the 10 minutes I have, I would like to comment on the discussion by Professor Kim as well as Ms. Kathurima. Excellent presentation. I really learned a lot. Professor Kim, you worked really, really hard on your slides. When I received your slides, I said, it looked so bleak. It was so pessimistic. I tried my best to look into the positive side, but it's the reality. So when you shared your slides on the editorial from Science, whether we should change the SDGs, I think from 1972, when it was first started in the UN Conference on the Human Environment, I think in reality, all the SDGs are quite hard to achieve. That's the reality with the pandemic, with the resources that we have, and then the challenges that we have. So I think the act of the commentary from the science factors, we can change to achieve small wins as well as big wins. So that part I think is very important, because when we look at the data, when we look at the statistics, it's very bleak. And it is time for us to look what can we achieve with the time we have and the challenge we have. So I think Professor Kim has raised that very well. And looking back at the SDGs from 1972 as well from 2015, when the SDG was developed in New York, America. So we see the 5 Ps, just to wrap up on Professor Kim's presentation on people, prosperity, planet, peace, as well as all the social, economic, environment, and all that dimension. So the issues and challenges for developing countries such as Malaysia, which I am from, the issues that we have is, of course, people who are in the low-income households had to reduce their food intake and change their diet because they have no resources to buy food. The dramatic surge of non-communicable disease, which currently amount for around 75% of all deaths in the country, in country like in my country. The prolonged negative impact of the COVID-19 pose major challenges to economic expansion. It includes longer than expected recovery period. This is very, very challenging, not only for a developing country, as well as poor and major countries coming into reality of the pandemic. For the planet on advanced sustainability, not all states have adopted the Act 672, making it difficult to streamline actions such as separating waste at source. This is the planet challenges. A lack of technical capacity and expertise, both in terms of developing the sectoral pathways towards a low carbon development, as well as the technical expertise. On peace, strengthen good governance for the issues and challenges. Remain for improving physical and financial access to justice, particularly in rural areas. Partnerships, shared prosperity through a whole of nation approach. This is quite a challenge because there's no single body coordinating the various efforts, including in Malaysia as well as developing countries. And the monitoring and evaluation also remain a challenge due to the availability of access to data. These are the challenges that I think Professor Kim has raised quite aptly. And I think when he presented the things that I see, what are the pain points? When we see all the data that we have been given today from the presentation, what actually can we achieve from these challenges? A lot of things that has been set for the goals are not achievable. And what can we be optimistic about? Those are things that I think could be identifying the pain points. And we have been receiving bad news after bad news after bad news. And what is the good news? What is the good news? We're trying to find that, because now with the Omicron and before there was Delta, a lot of variants, all the resources, billions of dollars are spent to do vaccinations. And what are the preventive measures? And what are the things that I think for SDGs? Were there any plans if other global pandemic are coming or in the rise? What are the SDG objectives that we can shortchange or realign? And coming to the way forward, we are strengthening security, well-being, and inclusivity, addressing poverty, which has been covered. So the thing is leadership. when it comes to leadership, we see countries like Korea and Japan and a lot of the rich countries have tried their best to, especially when they donate vaccines to developing countries, to poor countries, but it is not enough. And that disparity is being given by countries like Korea, who are working very hard to address the issues. What about the other countries in Europe, in richer nations in the world? Besides giving just vaccines, what are the objectivities that can be eradicated in the short term as well as in the long term? So these are the things that I think are apt for me to discuss for the time being, which I think I would like to say thank you very much to Professor Kim for the presentation, because as I said, when I received it, it looked pretty bleak. I was almost close to depression because saying, what is happening to the world? What can we do in our own small way, in our own big ways? But I think coming back to the commentary by scientists, we can see what can we achieve in the small and immediate terms that we can achieve. So that part is on the first session. Thank you so much, Professor Kim. Well done. On the APPN, I would like to congratulate the efforts. The first thing I said, because this is a youth program, how do they engage? So I look at Twitter, I look at the YouTube, I look at the other platforms. It is only available in April 2021. It's a good start with 64 followers. But in terms of APPN, what are the engagements towards the youth? Either the professionals, semi-professionals, blue-collar workers, youth, 14, 15 years old, what can they contribute to engage? And when I see the YouTube that was shared by Madam Kathurima, I was quite impressed with the study at LU YouTube. So Africa, enormous potential to tap. The growth of Africa benefits the world. A prosperous Africa is a prosperous world. So I think APPNN has that capacity, but to how extent of their engagements towards the whole of Africa is a very, very good question for us to answer, not in the immediate term, but maybe in 5 to 10 years, what can be achieved. So I was also looking at Richard Turrell, who invented light, because the lions were eating his parents' herd. And that was in 2013. That was 8 years ago. And when I see it, there's a comment that he was not supported as much when he invented that lighting to scare off the lions. So while he had a talk at TEDx, he gave a lot of innovation, but it did not push off to a thing that was successful enough to be emulated in terms of the successes from a young boy who was only 14. So those are the things that I think we can start with the public proximity network, but what are the achievable goals for people like Richard Turrell, who had high hopes, but then it died off, or maybe it did not go as well as it needed to. So those are the things that I have commented on discussing. So I hope it has been benefit, and I have to say again, thank you very much, Professor Kim, as well as Ms. Kathurima, for the excellent presentation, and thank you very much, Professor Ree. That's all.
Thank you very much for the discussion points. I think it was Amartya Sen, I think, who said that even if we do not meet the goals, setting up the goals itself can be a statement, a commitment, and has, in and of itself, a power to eventually change the world. And I think what might have been a little bit of a bleak presentation if you just read the text, but as Mr. Hashim said, I think turned out to be a much more of a promising discussion when Professor Kim provided his earlier discussions about the SDGs. And thank you also for the great words of encouragement for the APPN members. And I think we're just starting out, but there are a lot of great future in the engagements and the partnership that lies ahead of us. Now let's invite our final panelist for the discussion, Dr. Kwangol Cho.
I feel honored to have you all in this very meaningful and time workshop. And I also thank you very much, Professor Lee In-bok, for your kind introducing me in detail. The pandemic has a huge impact on our human society, but one point is good to me, to cover my ugly face. No need cosmetic. I got 2 injections, emotionally immunized, 100%. But I have to put off my mask while talking to you. If not, I feel suffocated, so pardon me. COVID-19 is a real humanitarian crisis and existential threat in the most of 17 SDGs. As Dr. Kim elaborated his slide, negative impact on COVID on SDG, covering the crossing, ending extreme poverty, improving global hunger and nutrition, the second goal, ensuring quality education, achieving gender equality, and so on, up to SDG 17th. It has 169 sub-goals, but partially positive impact on lessening greenhouse gas emission and helping oceans recuperate. I do believe that it is the right time to evaluate global efforts to achieve SDGs target, because 5 years has been passed since its inception. And 1/3 period of the 15 years is time frame until 2030. COVID pandemic prevent our gathering, raising our voices and evaluation on the SDGs effort. Depression, but also on the other hand, I'm afraid a dark cloud of possible superinflation. So it is also right time to raise issues on how to achieve and realize the SDGs. 17th goal, comprehensive partnership for SDG, which is basically designed by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, also emphasized on partnership as cross-cutting agenda of 17 SDGs. Global, but also regional cooperation has to be vitalized. For example, African Union, just point out, Ms. Krishna Kathurima has 1.6 billion people. I mean, the AU is responsible for that huge amount of people. And a younger generation continent. We can find there some core value in APPN, which is found through KDI Alumni Partnership Program. It's very meaningful. Concerning the cooperation method on knowledge exchange and analysis research, collaboration suggested by APPN, I want to rethink of AID's conventional role. There is pros and cons on the role of aid, namely market or aid, vibrating the market or just delivering aid money. Korea these days, we have a very severe political debate on general income spreading. Sometimes it's partially criticized populism, but we do have a very strong voice on selective assistance for the most damaged classes. As social safety network, resolving social inequality, protecting the vulnerables is essential and very urgent. But attracting investment and vibrating business and activities is a solid way of sustainable socio-economic growth. As such, ODA must have a strategic approach on the market, not only for part of government side. The latter solution, demandism, which is leaning on recipient government, has weakness in sustainable growth and introducing private investment. Sometimes it led corruption in a dictatorship state. Regarding the architecture of global and domestic ODA, aid fragmentation is an issue of cross-sectoral in the world and intergovernmental agenda in a country, so closely related with promoting partnership, 17th goals of SDG. Concept of fragmentation, just as the point out the chair of DAC, too many donors deliver their donor program through too diverse channel to many recipients. Aid fragmentation is a long-standing phenomenon in the history of aid. It has been intensified as aid scale has expanded. Conventional position is that aid fragmentation harms aid effectiveness. But main debate has been further surrounding on administrative cost. Regarding the administrative burden of recipient government officials, in my opinion, we need a look at the duty of recipient countries' government officials to provide services their own country's citizens. This is because the administrative burden is a matter to be overcome or resolved with the project, in that the development assistance project is on the list on the recipient's own development plan. On the other hand, we have a solid reason for fragmentation, acquiring expertise in specific field. Especially environment programs as a cross-cutting agenda needs involving wide spectrum of experts, diverse collaboration of different stakeholders. 17 goals are interconnected, just as Ms. Christina pointed out. A year of aid has been transitioned and transformed and changed. We have 169 sub-goals. So I have studied, and I want to introduce two donor cases to how to deal with fragmentation. US ODA system incorporate the competition principle. For example, introducing MCC, Millennium Challenge Cooperation Scheme, to trigger the USAID's business and architecture reform. The second, the EU recommend their member countries various methods attempt to aid effectiveness and policy formation. For example, resource pooling, joint programming, division of labor in their member state, and budget support. In order to improve aid effectiveness through overcoming aid fragmentation in Korea especially, I want to emphasize on introducing and expanding the program approach and strengthening policy coherence for development, facilitation of assessment and evaluation, and collaboration with donors, especially through budget support. And the last one is the principle of competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Dr. Cho emphasized, I think this goal, this emphasis on partnership is probably perhaps one of the most important things in all of the SDGs. The cross-cutting agendas, the importance of global and also regional networks. And I think the example topic of aid and aid delivery that Dr. Cho discussed today especially highlights a lot of the different problems that we face. All the goals are interconnected. There are many stakeholders, and there needs to be more accountability as well as greater coordination in assessment and delivery and evaluation. And hopefully, just from today in this forum involving former and current students, faculty members, I believe we see some of these strengths already of partnership and cooperation, of coordination. And I'm glad that the examples that you brought today have highlighted these important issues, and especially regarding the importance and strengths and partnership. Okay, I think we are very pressed on time, but I think we can still spare a few minutes for the discussions. Let me first turn to the presenters today to provide maybe short responses to the discussion points that you just heard. Unfortunately, Ms. Christine Kathurima had to leave before the end of the session today because of another prior engagement. But if we have Professor Kim still online, would you care to maybe provide short remarks in response to some of the discussions that you just heard?
That is also in our line right now. So and yeah, so as like Mr. Hashim pointed out that it's very pessimistic, and it's really painful to see the current situation of sustainable development going in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. But maybe, just maybe, but we are too much underestimate our true potential. So here, 100 years ago, nobody believed that the woman can vote. But if I say that only women with college graduation can vote, then people think, oh, you are crazy. But if I say that, oh, reducing extreme poverty by 100%, that's too unrealistic. So why don't we just reduce the goal by 75%? That is exactly the same thing that I'm saying that only women with college education can vote. So it's the we need a paradigm shift, as well as also maybe we are just too much underestimate our true potential, because like even one department, this is my teacher's the favorite saying, but Professor Jeffrey Sachs keeps saying that, oh, thinking about the annual budget of US Pentagon, they're spending like billions of dollars, right? So like $700 billion per year. So it's not because we don't have enough money to solve the SDG number 17. So it's the matter of priority. It's a matter of our worldview. So I think I'm very happy to see that our active KDI School alumni network, especially African Public Policy Network, maybe and in a chatting message that we also can say that Asian Public Policy Networks and Latin American Public Policy Network. I think this kind of strong comprehensive development partnership, I think, can significantly contribute to achieving the sustainable development goals. So my point is that let's not be too pessimistic. So we have still 10 years to go. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We are 9 minutes over time from what was planned for the session. So, and I think with that sort of hopeful note, it may be a good time for us to conclude the session. If I can sort of take the message from Professor Kim, maybe it's something like this. Let's believe in our true potential, and let's make the things that we see today that is unjust and unfair, something that we can call crazy.